Chapter 4260. A gentle force blocked the suction force of the universe's black hole. Lu Ming was safe and sound as he flew toward the center of the universe. Soon, he reached the side of the third demon's sword. He could see that the third demon's sword was very handsome. He was tall and sturdy, and there was a demonic look in his eyes. His body was shackled by 8 pitch-black chains. One of them was in his body, while the other extended into the depths of the universe's black hole. The energy of these chains seems to be similar to the void energy. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. When he got closer, he realized that these chains were also made of a kind of energy. It was very similar to the void energy, but many times more condensed. It looked like they were real. You just need to cut off one of the chains, and I'll be able to escape. With your taboo energy, it shouldn't be difficult. The third demon sword said. All right, I'll do it now. Lu Ming said. He felt a sense of urgency. He wanted to save the third demon sword as soon as possible. With the protection of the third demon sword, he did not have to worry about the suction force of the black hole. He stepped forward and formed a battle sword with his taboo energy. Then, he slashed at one of the chains. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. The chain vibrated, and a mark appeared on it. It's so hard, but it's effective. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As long as it was effective, he would be able to cut it off sooner or later. The third demon sword's eyes also lit up. He had been trapped here for a long time. Now, he finally saw hope of getting out. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Ming kept waving his sword and slashing at the chain. The chain kept vibrating and the mark became deeper and deeper, gradually sinking in. It seemed that it would not take long to cut it off. This was different from the chain that helped the Sky Heart tribe refine the entrance. That kind of chain was very thick, and it needed to be completely refined, which took a lot of time. Although this kind of chain was very solid, it was not thick. Furthermore, he only needed to cut it off, not refine it. Therefore, the time needed was much shorter. Just as Lu Ming was slashing at the chains, a dragon's roar resounded from the battlefield where Lu Ming had collected the broken divine weapons. With a flash of light, 9 divine dragons pulling a war chariot appeared. The person sitting on the war chariot was the heavenly human tribe expert that Lu Ming had seen before. At this moment, the heavenly human powerhouse frowned slightly. He scanned the battlefield and muttered, I keep feeling that something is wrong. What exactly is wrong? The celestial race stepped out, walked out of the war chariot, and began to patrol the nearby area. No, it's broken divine weapons. There are fewer broken divine weapons. Suddenly, a low growl came from the heavenly human tribe powerhouse. This battlefield had existed for countless years. There were broken palaces, broken planets, corpses, and broken divine weapons everywhere. Therefore, the last time he came, he didn't pay much attention to it and left after a glance. However, after he left, he still felt that something was amiss. Thus, after walking around in a circle, he returned to this place and carefully observed it. Finally, he discovered something. Many broken divine weapons were missing. The broken divine weapons wouldn't run away on their own. Someone must have taken them away. There were only a few patrollers in this cage. He knew all of them very well. It couldn't have been them who took them away. Who exactly is it? Could it be that the existence in a black hole has escaped? But how is that possible? The heavenly human powerhouse pondered, but he couldn't figure it out. Spread the news first. I'll look around. No matter who it is, they won't have a good ending. The heavenly human powerhouse's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He sent a few messages through the illusory divine jade, then stepped out and landed on the war chariot. Let's go. The heavenly human powerhouse shouted. The 9 divine dragons roared, twisted their bodies, and flew into the distance. Clang, 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 in the black hole where the third demon's sword was, Lu Ming continued to slash with all his might. After his continuous slashes, the chain was finally about to be cut off. Only a thin layer was left. Soon. The third demon's sword was excited and expectant. How many years had it been trapped? He couldn't even count. It had been at least a few dozen stellar years. It was a torture to be trapped alone in a black hole that never saw the light of day for such a long distance. Not many people in the world could withstand such torture. Many people would go crazy, but he had withstood it. Now, he finally saw hope. He was finally going to be free. Oh no. Suddenly, the third demon's sword's expression changed. He looked into the distance. He heard the roar of a dragon. Then, 9 divine dragons flew over quickly with a war chariot. The patrollers have been discovered. Lu Ming, you have to work harder. Otherwise, both of us will die, the third demon's sword said. It's that guy. Lu Ming also noticed the patrollers. His face was very serious. He forced out all the power in his body and slashed at the chain. Clang! Clang! The last layer of the chain was even thinner. It was about to break. The patrollers also noticed this scene. Shocking murderous intent burst out of his eyes. Kid, where did you come from? Do you want to die? Kill! The patrollers shouted. They stood on the war chariot, holding a sky halberd. The power of heaven burst out and the halberd slashed at the black hole. Suddenly, an incomparably huge halberd condensed and slashed at the center of the black hole. Its power was extremely terrifying. Even through the black hole, Lu Ming could feel the horror of this attack. This person's combat strength is so strong. He's definitely not an ordinary divine master. His combat strength is probably close to the level of the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming thought in his mind. The battle sword in his hand did not stop slashing at all. In the blink of an eye, the huge halberd slashed at them. However, this was a black hole. No matter how strong this person was, his attack was still affected by the black hole. The closer he was to Lu Ming, the weaker his attack became. Sword whistle. The third demon's sword shouted and let out a long whistle. A black light spurted out of his mouth. This black light turned into a sword light. The sword light was shocking and flew out. Boom! The black sword light collided with the halberd, causing an earth-shattering explosion. However, the energy was quickly swallowed up by the black hole. The patroller's attack was blocked. The third demon's sword's body swayed, shaking the chains and making clanging sounds. Lu Ming, work harder. This guy's cultivation is limited. A part of his attack was swallowed by the black hole. I can barely block it. If 1 or 2 more people come, we'll be finished. The third demon's sword shouted. At the same time, he used all the power he could to resist. Unfortunately, he was sealed. He could only use a little of his power. In the face of such a situation, he was not very confident. I've already used all my strength. You have to hold on. Soon, we'll succeed. Lu Ming shouted and continued to slash at the chains. Chapter 4261. You want to escape? Don't even think about it. Third demon's sword, I didn't expect you to not give up after being locked up for so many years. Today, I will kill you. The patroller shouted and continued to attack. Huge halberds condensed and slashed at the third demon's sword and Lu Ming. He did not dare to rush into the black hole. The black hole was too dangerous. Even if he rushed in with his strength, it would be very dangerous. Moreover, his strength would drop sharply. At that time, it would not be the third demon's sword or Lu Ming who would die, but him. Only by attacking outside the black hole could he affect the third demon's sword. Then, when the other helpers arrived, the third demon's sword would be dead. Sword cry. Demon's sword slays gods. The third demon's sword roared. He could not move his hands and feet, but endless sword chi rushed out of his body and turned into terrifying sword light, colliding with the patroller's attack. However, the third demon's sword was having a hard time resisting. After all, he was sealed, and the power he could use was limited. After a long time, his strength would not be enough. Moreover, the third demon's sword had to protect Lu Ming from being swallowed by the black hole. This also required a lot of power. His power was scattered, and he was even more vulnerable. At this moment, the gentle power that enveloped Lu Ming's body trembled. Lu Ming felt the suction force of the black hole seeping in bit by bit. His body felt like it was being cut by a knife. Soon, soon. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Ignoring the pain, he crazily burst out with forbidden power and kept slashing. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound of a chain vibrating was heard. Broken. This chain was finally cut by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and the third demon's sword was even more ecstatic. The seal is no longer complete. Watch me break the seal and kill everyone. Ha ha ha. The third demon's sword laughed crazily like a demon. Boom. A powerful aura burst out from his body. Even the black hole in the universe trembled. Lu Ming did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the black hole in the universe was somewhat distorted. Clang. Clang. The remaining 7 chains trembled violently, swaying and emitting unpleasant sounds. Outside the black hole, the patrolman's expression changed drastically. Fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was well aware of the third demon's sword strength. He was extremely terrifying. He was one of the taboo's proudest disciples. Countless people from the heavenly palace had died at his hands during the Great War. If the third demon's sword were to break free, he would be no match for the third demon's sword. He would probably be killed by the third demon's sword. However, he could not retreat at this moment. If he retreated, the heavenly palace would not let him off. Furthermore, the third demon's sword was still trapped. He might still have a chance. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the other side of the black hole. This was also a member of the celestial race. He was middle-aged and had a head of golden hair. He wore a purple-gold battle armor and had an incomparably powerful aura. The patrolman from before was overjoyed. His helper had arrived. The third demon's sword is about to break free. Let's go all out and kill him. The patrolman from before roared. Kill. The experts of the celestial race who came from behind shouted and directly attacked. Terrifying attacks shot towards the black hole. This person's combat strength was also incomparably terrifying. He was even stronger than the patrolman from before. Even among the divine masters, he was considered an expert. The patrolman from before also attacked with all his might. The combined power of the 2 experts was even more terrifying. However, the third demon's sword's face revealed a ferocious expression. Terrifying sword light constantly rushed out from his body. These sword light converged into a huge demon's sword and slashed horizontally. Bang! 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 The attacks of the 2 experts of the celestial race were directly split in half. They could not even get close to the third demon's sword and Lu Ming. The gentle power on Lu Ming's body became even stronger. The power of the universe's black hole could no longer affect him in the slightest. Break for me. The third demon's sword roared. He waved his arms and shook his legs. His entire body twisted like a divine dragon. Bang! 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 The remaining 7 chains constantly vibrated and emitted a dazzling light. However, the 8 chains were a single entity. The power of the seal combined with the power of the black hole formed a complete seal. Now that one of the chains was broken, it was no longer complete. The sealing power was much weaker than before. Under the third demon's sword struggle, the 7 chains shook violently. Crack. In the next moment, a cracking sound could be heard from the chains as cracks began to appear on them. Outside the black hole, the expressions of the 2 experts of the celestial race changed drastically. The third demon's sword was about to break free. This is not good. If this continues, we are no match for him. This matter is no longer something we can solve. We have to inform Lord Heavenly Master. The patrolman from before said. I have already informed Lord Heavenly Master before I came. Let's hold on for a while. When Lord Heavenly Master arrives, the matter will naturally be resolved. The burly man from the celestial race in purple and gold armor behind him said. That's good. Kill. The patrolman from before shouted and continued to attack. An existence of the third demon sword's level was no longer something they could deal with. The only thing they could do now was to delay the third demon sword as much as possible before he broke free. Once Lord Heavenly Master arrived, the third demon sword would not be able to cause any trouble. However, the third demon sword's aura was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if he had turned into a peerless demon sword. Every move and every part of his body had terrifying sword light rushing out. A casual attack could block the attacks of the two experts of the celestial race. And he used even more strength to break free from the seal. What powerful strength! What cultivation level is the third demon sword at? It seems to be comparable to the patriarch of the celestial race who attacked the primordial divine lake. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The patriarch of the celestial race who captured him back then was earth-shattering and had left a deep impression on him. The third demon sword gave him the feeling that he was no weaker than the patriarch of the celestial race. And he was only Xianyinshing's senior brother in his previous life. Then how strong was the taboo of Xianyinshing's father in his previous life? Crack. Crack. More and more cracks appeared on the chains. In the end, they were densely packed together. Bang! In the next moment, one of the chains with the most cracks finally could not bear it and exploded with a bang. Boom! As the chain exploded, the third demon sword's aura became even stronger. It rushed out like a volcanic eruption. The chains could not bear it anymore. Bang! 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 The remaining 6 chains exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the chains had exploded. The third demon's sword had broken free. Swoosh! A terrifying swordlight rushed out from his body, as if it was going to split the black hole open, causing the black hole to constantly distort. Oh no, he has broken free. Run! The patrolman's expression changed drastically. He turned around and tried to escape. It's too late to leave now. A cold voice came from the third demon sword's mouth. Chapter 42-62. At this moment, the third demon sword's long hair was dancing in the wind. He was like a peerless beast that had just been released from its cage. He waved his hand and took Lu Ming with him. He took a step forward and broke through the suction force of the black hole. Kill! Immediately afterward, he slashed at the void with his bare hands. 2 terrifying sword gleams slashed toward the 2 heavenly human powerhouses at an incredible speed. Anyway, given Lu Ming's eyesight, he could not see it clearly at all. Oh no! The 2 heavenly human powerhouses' faces changed. They realized that they had been locked on and could not escape. They could only fight with all their might. The 2 heavenly human powerhouses unleashed their full strength. They pushed their combat strength to the limit and attacked with their strongest attack. At the same time, they set up layers of defense on their bodies. There were at least 100 layers of defense, hoping to block the attack of the third demon sword. However, when the sword light of the third demon sword slashed down, their attacks and defenses were completely vulnerable. Puff! Puff! With a flash of sword light, the 2 heavenly human experts were split into 2 halves from the center of their eyebrows. Their eyes were still wide open, revealing a look of disbelief and unwillingness. However, their life auras had already disappeared without a trace. They were dead. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The 2 experts of the heavenly human tribe were genuine divine master realm existences. Moreover, they were top experts in the divine master realm. Even if they were compared to the Lord of Heaven, they were not much weaker. However, in front of the third demon sword, they were as weak as babies. They were easily killed by the sword. Was this the strength of the third demon sword? It had definitely surpassed the divine master realm. Let's go. We need to find a weak point in the space and break through it to get out. The third demon sword said. Senior, let's take the 9 divine dragons with us. Lu Ming said. The divine dragon clan was already very weak. The 9 divine dragons were all peak emperor gods. If they were brought back to the dragon clan's mother planet, the dragon clan's strength would increase by a lot. Lu Ming had an affinity with dragons. He had a special feeling for the dragon race. If he could save them, he would do his best to save them. These 9 divine dragons have all reached the peak of the God Emperor realm. Furthermore, they have been honing themselves for many years. The chances of them becoming divine masters are pretty high. Bringing them out will also increase our strength. The third demon sword nodded and waved his hand. Several sword lights flew out and slashed at the 9 dragons. The bindings on their bodies were broken and the 9 dragons regained their freedom. Once the 9 dragons regained their freedom, their bodies shrank and returned to the third demon sword's side. They turned into 9 middle-aged men and bowed to the third demon sword. Thank you, Third Origin Venerate, for saving us. You're welcome. I was very familiar with Ao Qian of your dragon clan back then. We're all family. The third devil sword Dao. Senior, there's one more thing. The people from the Sky Heart race are trapped in the heavenly prison. Should we bring them along? Lu Ming asked. No, we're still in danger. If the heavenly venerates from the heavenly palace come, we won't be able to escape. We can't bring more people with us. Let's go first. The third demon sword shook his head and waved his hand. He brought Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons with him and broke through space. The third demon sword's speed was too fast. In a few flashes, a large number of black holes flashed past. In the next moment, they arrived in a part of the starry sky. The third demon sword's eyes were like lightning as he scanned his surroundings. The space here is relatively weak. I'm going to break the space here. The third demon sword attacked before he could finish his sentence. He stretched out a palm and clenched it in the void. Suddenly, the boundless energy in the surrounding area gathered in the third demon sword's hand and turned into a pitch-black demon sword. Whoosh! The third devil sword slashed out, causing the space in front of it to vibrate violently. The space trembled like water waves. The space here is really terrifying. No wonder it can be used as a prison for divine masters. Even those above the divine master realm are imprisoned here. It's unbelievably stable. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. In the primitive universe, with his cultivation, he could easily break open the space. However, with the third demon sword's cultivation, it was actually so difficult for him to break open the space here. This was the weakest point of the space, but the third demon sword's attack only caused ripples in the space. This showed how stable the space here was. Given the strength of the third demon sword, if it were in the primitive universe, it could easily cut a star river into 2. It could even cut several star rivers and destroy countless stars. Break! The third demon sword shouted. His body surged with terrifying fluctuations. More sword lights formed and slashed at the void in front of him. The vibrations in the void ahead became even more intense, and the number of ripples increased as well. Slowly, a crack began to appear. Soon. At this rate, the space here would soon be completely connected and they would be able to leave. However, at this moment, the third demon sword's expression suddenly changed. He did not continue to attack the void in front of him. Instead, he suddenly turned around and slashed at the void in the distance. At this moment, a golden long spear suddenly appeared in the void and pierced toward Lu Ming and the others. However, the sword gleam of the third demon's sword slashed out and slashed toward the long spear. Clang! With an earth-shattering boom, the long spear flew out and was caught by an old man. It was an elder from the heavenly human tribe. His hair was a little dry, but his body was still burly. He was not the heavenly human tribe ancestor that Lu Ming had met last time. This one was much younger. He was wearing a long golden robe, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Heavenly Master, the Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Palace. A divine dragon at the peak of the divine emperor realm exclaimed, his face pale. Heavenly Master, is that a title? Lu Ming muttered to himself. Over gods, heavenly masters, and source venerables. The titles he had heard seemed to be for existences that surpassed the divine master realm. Lu Ming guessed that these titles were just titles for existences that surpassed the divine master realm. They were not the names of realms. Third Demon Sword, I did not expect you to be able to break out of the seal. This is really beyond my expectations. I originally wanted to suppress you to death and let you die in regret, but now it seems that I have no choice but to kill you. The Heavenly Master held the spear in his hand and stepped on the air. His robe fluttered in the wind and his aura became more and more terrifying. Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons felt that it was difficult to breathe. Moreover, the third demon's sword had blocked most of the aura for them. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to ashes under this aura. I'm afraid you can't kill me alone, the third demon's sword said coldly. The third demon's sword said coldly. His aura continued to rise and he seemed to have turned into a peerless demon sword. Chapter 42-63. The third demon's sword revealed its sharpness as if it had transformed into a peerless demon sword. Bang! The third demon's sword took a step forward. The void beneath his feet shook violently as countless sword chi filled the air. At the same time, a huge sword condensed in his palm and slashed down at the Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Venerate. The sword instantly traversed hundreds of millions of miles of void and slashed at the Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Annihilation. The Heavenly Venerate said coldly. The long spear in his hand continued to spin like a drill. A wisp of gray energy burst out from the center of the long spear. As the long spear spun, the gray energy expanded rapidly. It rushed toward the third demon's sword like a gray fog. The gray fog-like energy was extremely terrifying. Wherever it passed, the void seemed to be corroded. Boom! The third demon's sword's attack collided with the Heavenly Venerate's attack. The sword light from the third demon's sword vibrated continuously as traces of corrosion appeared on its surface. In the end, the sword light exploded with a loud bang. The gray fog was one of the 4 strongest heavenly powers of the heavenly human tribe, the Heavenly Annihilation Energy. The Heavenly Annihilation Energy was said to be able to obliterate everything. It was filled with destructive power and was extremely terrifying. However, the Heavenly Venerate's Heavenly Annihilation Energy was also blocked by the third demon's sword. The two of them were evenly matched in this exchange. Third demon's sword, your strength is only so-so. Let's see how many of my moves you can block. Heavenly Annihilation, Heavenly Punishment. The Heavenly Venerate roared. He held the long spear in his right hand and thrust it forward. This time, the Heavenly Annihilation Energy was more condensed. It condensed into a spear light and pierced toward the third demon's sword. In addition, his left hand burst out white lightning, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. This was the Heavenly Punishment Energy. The Heavenly Venerate used 2 types of heavenly powers at the same time to launch a terrifying attack on the third demon's sword. If my strength was not at its peak, I would definitely kill an old fellow like you. It's not like I haven't killed you before. The third demon's sword said coldly. However, his expression was very solemn. As he had said, he had been sealed for so many years. Although he had swallowed a few broken swords brought by Lu Ming, his strength had not recovered to its peak. This Heavenly Venerate was extremely powerful, and he had no choice but to focus. He no longer cared about breaking through the void to escape. The third demon's sword raised its strength to the limit. Sword light flashed as it shot towards the Empyrean. The 2 strongest powerhouses began a battle of the peak. Boom! Boom! A huge explosion occurred in that area. The 2 of them continued to fight. In the blink of an eye, it was unknown how many moves they had exchanged. The Heavenly Venerates, the Heavenly Venerates venerate. The spatial crack that had been torn open by the third devil sword had automatically healed. Lu Ming furrowed his brows tightly, feeling somewhat anxious. Heavenly God. If the Heavenly God. 1. Lu Ming had just thought of this when he saw a few rainbow lights flying toward him at high speed from afar. Heavenly God of. There were a total of 3 figures. All of them were heavenly venerate. The heavenly palace's heavenly venerate had arrived. They had most likely set off with the heavenly venerate. However, the heavenly venerate was too fast and had arrived first. The heavenly venerate had only just arrived. All of you, attack. Kill the 9 divine dragons and that boy. The heavenly venerate's voice rang out. Yes. The heavenly venerate took the order and charged at Lu Ming and the others. Don't even think about it. The 3rd demon's sword was shocked. He attacked with all his might, wanting to help. However, the heavenly venerate would not let him do as he wished. You should be careful of yourself. The heavenly venerate said coldly. The heavenly punishment and heavenly extermination powers were activated to a terrifying extent. They bombarded the 3rd demon's sword, preventing him from attacking. The 3rd demon's sword was not at his peak. He was slightly weaker than the heavenly venerate. If he attacked the heavenly venerate would definitely take the opportunity to severely injure him. Once he was injured, they would be in even more danger. He has the forbidden body, Lu Ming. If you kill him, you won't be able to get the forbidden power. The 3rd demon's sword roared. He had no other choice. Lu Ming was his junior sister's reincarnated husband. He could not watch as Lu Ming was killed. If Lu Ming was killed, his junior sister would not let him off. That was why he had shouted that Lu Ming had the forbidden body. He knew that the forbidden power was very important to the heavenly palace. If these people knew that Lu Ming had the forbidden body, they would not kill Lu Ming. At least, they would not kill Lu Ming for the time being. Sure enough, the heavenly venerate and the heavenly venerate were shocked when they heard the 3rd demon's sword's words. Forbidden body? Lu Ming? Isn't Lu Ming on the Dragon Clan's mother planet? I only know that the other forbidden body, Mu Yun, has been captured by our clan and locked in the heavenly prison. This person is not Lu Ming, it's Mu Yun. The heavenly venerate discussed quickly. For a moment, they were confused. I know. Mu Yun is Lu Ming, and Lu Ming is Mu Yun. I was wondering how there could be so much forbidden power. Now it seems that we have been deceived. The heavenly venerate said coldly. After all, he had lived for countless years. He was cunning and meticulous. In an instant, he had deduced many things. Lu Ming could not help but smile bitterly. Originally, the heavenly palace thought that Mu Yun and Lu Ming were 2 different people. The 3rd demon's sword's roar was tantamount to exposing his identity. However, he was now on the opposite side of the heavenly palace. It was a situation where he would fight to the death. Moreover, Autumn Moon had left the heavenly palace. Even if he was exposed, it did not matter. He had used the alias Mu Yun because he wanted to sneak into the heavenly palace. Now, there was no need. Moreover, now was not the time to worry about the name. The 3 heavenly venerate masters of the heavenly palace were about to arrive. Fight to the death. The 9 divine dragons shouted. Their faces were filled with determination. They had been enslaved for dozens of stellar years. Their hearts were filled with endless anger. Compared to being enslaved, they would rather die in battle. However, in the past, they could not die even if they wanted to. At this moment, they were fearless. They planned to fight to the death with the heavenly venerate masters of the heavenly palace. Seniors of the Dragon Clan, why do you need to make such a pointless sacrifice? I have a way to deal with them. All of you, back off and stay away from me. Lu Ming shouted. Then, he rushed forward toward the 3 heavenly venerate masters of the heavenly palace. The 9 divine dragons were stunned. Not to mention them, even the 3rd demon's sword and the Empyrean were taken aback. Lu Ming had taken the initiative to rush toward the 3 heavenly venerate masters. Was he not walking into a trap? Could it be that he still had some trump cards in his hands? The 2 heavenly venerate masters thought of this. Forbidden body, Lu Ming, suppress him. One of the heavenly venerate masters shouted coldly. He stretched out a hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. Chapter 42-64. One of the divine masters attacked and a huge palm grabbed at Lu Ming. The palm covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles, covering the sky and the sun. It contained terrifying power. Even if Lu Ming broke through to the God the Arch realm, he would not be able to escape, let alone Lu Ming who was only at the Divine Emperor realm. However, Lu Ming did not intend to use his cultivation to resist. He took out the purple copper coffin. Now, he could only rely on the purple copper coffin. After taking out the purple copper coffin, Lu Ming pushed the coffin lid without hesitation. Kacha! The coffin lid was pushed open and there was a gap. A terrifying aura was emitted from the gap. Kacha! Lu Ming continued to push with all his might. The gap in the coffin lid widened and the horrifying aura became even more terrifying. Even the divine masters felt their hair stand on end and they felt a chill in their hearts. What is this? One of the divine masters asked in a grave voice. Who cares what it is? He is only at the Divine Emperor realm. What could he have? Suppress him. The divine master who had attacked earlier shouted and continued to attack. The huge palm continued to grab at Lu Ming. Roar! At this time, an earth-shattering roar came from the purple copper coffin. It was filled with an ancient aura and was extremely violent. Then, a palm stretched out from the purple copper coffin. It was a palm covered with scales. It grabbed one side of the purple copper coffin and pushed with all its might. The gap became bigger. Roar! The violent roar was heard again. The palm covered with scales stretched out and quickly became bigger. It grabbed at the divine master's palm. With a loud bang, the palm formed by the divine master shattered. The palm covered with scales did not stop and continued to grab at the divine master. This aura, it is the primordial divine spirit. The divine master exclaimed. He quickly took out a combat sword and gathered all his strength into it. He slashed out with all his might. The other two divine masters also attacked with all their might. 3 terrifying attacks slashed at the palm covered with scales and collided violently with the palm. Boom! Boom! With 3 consecutive explosions, the scale-covered palm was blocked. It quickly shrank and retreated. However, the attacks of the 3 divine masters were all destroyed, and their bodies were forced to retreat. In an instant, they had retreated hundreds of millions of miles. Their faces were pale, and blood spurted from their mouths. They had all suffered heavy injuries. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. As for the 9 peak emperor god divine dragons, they were dumbfounded. What was the purple copper coffin that Lu Ming took out? A palm could actually reach out from inside, and it was extremely powerful. It could severely injure 3 divine master realm experts with a single move. Just then, the strong cultivator from the heavenly palace had shouted that it was a primitive godly spirit. Could it be that there was a primitive godly spirit sleeping in the copper coffin? Roar! At that moment, another roar came from within the purple copper coffin. This time, 2 arms stretched out from within the purple copper coffin. One arm grabbed the lid of the coffin, while the other grabbed the body of the coffin. With a push, the distance between the lid and the body of the coffin increased. Then, a figure stepped out of the purple copper coffin. This is... Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he had seen a living being step out of a purple copper coffin. In the past, it had only stretched out one arm. This living being was covered in scales and had a burly body. As soon as it stepped out of the purple copper coffin, it rapidly grew in size. In the end, it turned into an incomparably huge figure that stood between the heavens and the earth. It was even bigger than the stars. A primitive godly spirit. The creature that had walked out of the purple copper coffin was clearly a primitive godly spirit. This primitive godly spirit's aura was too strong. It was as vast as an abyss and unfathomable. Just its aura alone was enough to make the void tremble. Its 2 eyes scanned the 3 divine masters from the heavenly palace. The three heavenly palace divine masters trembled. This is a master god-level primitive godly spirit? It can't be wrong. It really is a master god-level primitive godly spirit. Oh no, run. The three divine masters from the heavenly palace screamed in horror and frantically retreated. Judging by its aura, it was clearly a master god-level primitive godly spirit. This level of being was extremely terrifying. It was the true pinnacle of the primitive universe. It was at the same level as the celestial masters from the heavenly palace. This kind of being was not something they could deal with. If it used its full strength, it could kill them with a slap. In the face of such a being, they could only run. However, the primitive godly spirit that had walked out of the purple copper coffin had already made his move. He took a step forward and his huge body quickly approached the three divine masters from the heavenly palace. He slapped down. Rumble. A terrifying force surged toward the three divine masters from the heavenly palace. There was no other technique. There was only an extremely powerful and violent force. Extreme force. In the face of this force, the three divine masters from the heavenly palace had nowhere to run. No, help. Celestial Master, help. Celestial Master, save us. The three divine masters from the heavenly palace cried for help in horror. However, at this moment, the third demon's sword had used its full strength to block the celestial master. Even if he wanted to save them, it was too late. Bang! 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 No matter how the three divine masters of the heavenly palace tried to resist, it was to no avail. When this force pressed down on them, their bodies exploded and their souls were annihilated. The three powerful divine masters were killed in an instant. Damn it! The celestial master roared. Kill! After killing the three divine masters, the primitive godly spirit in the purple copper coffin roared angrily. He glanced at the heavenly palace's celestial master with a strong murderous intent. Then, the primitive godly spirit charged toward the celestial master. His huge fist was like a star as it blasted toward the heavenly palace's celestial master. The powerful force made the celestial master's face turn serious. He thrust out his long spear, and a heavenly extermination force pierced toward the primitive godly spirit. The two of them collided. Kill! 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 The primitive godly spirit in the purple copper coffin kept shouting. His murderous intent surged as he stepped forward and attacked the celestial master. His two fists punched out consecutively. At this moment, Lu Ming saw a strange scene. There was a silk thread at the back of the primitive godly spirit's head. The other end of the silk thread was connected to the purple copper coffin. This made Lu Ming very surprised. Why was the primitive godly spirit connected to a silk thread? It looked strange, as if it was being controlled by someone. At this moment, the primitive godly spirit was fighting with the celestial master. The third demon's sword quickly retreated to Lu Ming's side. It did not join forces with the primitive godly spirit to fight the celestial master. The heavenly palace's celestial master was not easy to kill. Moreover, it was not the time to kill him. The first thing they needed to do was to leave this place. If they were delayed because of the battle with the celestial master, more experts from the heavenly palace would come, and it would be more troublesome. Chapter 42-65. Buzz. Dazzling sword light burst out from the third demon's sword's hand as it continued to slash at the void, opening up the passage again. The battle between the primitive divine spirit and the celestial master of the heavenly palace was extremely intense. There was no doubt that this primitive divine spirit was at the level of a master god, which was at the same level as the celestial master of the heavenly palace. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Even if the other side wanted to stop the third demon's sword, it could not do so. In this way, the third demon's sword could attack with all its might, concentrating on breaking the void. Streaks of terrifying sword light slashed out continuously, causing the void to ripple like water. Soon, a new crack was slashed out. Whoosh! Whoosh! The crack was expanding. A few minutes later, the crack had become extremely large. Fortunately, no other experts from the Heavenly Palace came during this process. "Break for me." The third demon's sword roared as it slashed out a shocking sword light. The sword light slashed at the crack. The crack was quickly split open and penetrated. Wisps of starlight filled the air. A familiar aura also came through. It was the aura of the universe. It was broken. The third demon's sword finally tore the void at this weak point of the space and opened up a passage. Outside was the primitive universe. "Let's go." The third demon's sword waved its hand and rushed toward the crack with Lu Ming and the 9 deities. The next moment, they appeared in the universe. That's right. Lu Ming took a deep breath. He had finally returned to the primitive universe. Due to Lu Ming's movement, he dragged the purple copper coffin. At the back of the primordial god's head, there was a silk thread that was connected to the purple copper coffin. At this moment, it was pulling the primordial god. The primordial god could not help but retreat continuously, being pulled in the direction of Lu Ming and the rest. Roar. The primitive divine spirit let out an unwilling roar. Its body rapidly shrank and finally turned into a rainbow light, rushing into the purple copper coffin and disappearing. With a clang, the lid of the purple copper coffin was closed again. The terrifying aura also disappeared without a trace. "Don't even think about leaving." The celestial venerables from the heavenly palace shouted and rushed over. They wanted to rush through the spatial rift and continue to attack Lu Ming and the others. However, how could the third demon's sword allow him to succeed? Whoosh! The third demon's sword slashed out a shocking sword light. It passed through the crack and slashed towards the Empyrean. The Empyrean had no choice but to stop and block. As for the crack, it was rapidly recovering. The space here was extremely stable and difficult to break. Once it was broken, the recovery speed was astonishing. It was far from comparable to the ordinary space of the primitive universe. The third demon's sword continued to attack, blocking the heavenly palace on the other side. The crack was quickly mending and shrinking. In less than half a minute, the crack had completely disappeared. Damn it, the celestial lord in the heavenly palace roared. Even though he had lived for countless years, he was still incomparably irritable. This time, not only had the third demon's sword escaped, but the forbidden body had also escaped. Both of these were very important. The third demon's sword was very powerful. At its peak, it could kill existences of the same level. The forbidden body was even more important. Once it grew up, it would be a great enemy of the heavenly palace. Another reason was that it was even more disadvantageous for the heavenly palace. However, both of them had managed to escape right under his nose. Also, what exactly is that copper coffin? It is definitely not as simple as a primitive divine spirit. There is a familiar aura in it. The celestial lord in the heavenly palace fell into deep thought. His face became more and more solemn. He did not continue to pursue. Instead, he left in a flash and went to discuss with the other experts in the heavenly palace. On the other side, the third demon's sword did not stop. It took Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons and flew quickly in a direction. "Everyone from the Sky Heart clan, I am sorry this time. However, I swear that one day, I will open the heavenly palace's celestial prison and let you out." Lu Ming looked in the direction of the celestial prison and swore in his heart. Due to the special situation this time, they could only leave first. However, he would remember the kindness of the Sky Heart clan. In the future, he would try his best to find a way to save the people of the Sky Heart clan. "Senior, where are we going next?" After adjusting his mood, Lu Ming asked the third demon's sword. "Don't call me senior. Since you're junior sister's husband, we are of the same generation. You can call me third senior brother." The third demon's sword path. "Third senior brother," Lu Ming added. "Now, I will take you to the cosmic ruins. Other than there, no other place is safe." The third demon's sword path. Cosmic ruins? What is that place? Lu Ming was puzzled. This was not the first time he had heard of this name. Previously, Fei Huang and Ao Qian took the primordial divine lake and the dragon clan's mother planet to the cosmic ruins. Therefore, he was very curious about the cosmic ruins. You should know from the name that it is a ruin. However, it is not a ruin left behind by this era. It is a ruin left behind by the previous era, the third demon sword said. Previous era? What do you mean? The more Lu Ming listened, the more puzzled he became. The word era involved a lot of things. Lu Ming couldn't understand it. Everything in this world will change and have a lifespan. No matter how strong one's cultivation base is, there will be a day when they will fall. Even the primitive universe will wither and end one day. The primitive universe we are in now has withered and ended once. It experienced destruction and was born again. This is called an era. The era before the destruction is called the previous era. The current primitive universe is the new era. The cosmic ruins are the ruins left behind by the previous era. The third demon sword explained. What? Lu Ming gawked and tongue-tied. The time and era involved in this matter were simply too long ago. The primitive universe had two eras. One was the incipient God era and the other was the heavenly palace era. The incipient God era was formed after the universe was created. Apparently, the previous era was much older and more ancient than the incipient God era. According to the information we have, the area of the universe in the previous era was much bigger than the current primitive universe. However, no one knows why, but at the end of the previous era, it experienced a world-destroying war. That world was blown up, heading toward the end of the world. All the creatures were killed and disappeared. Then, after a new evolution, it evolved into the current untainted universe. However, only a part of it has evolved into the current untainted universe. A larger part of it is still in ruins. There, you can still feel the traces left by the destructive war of the last era. The third demon sword explained. Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons were bewildered. It was the first time they had heard about this. It seemed like this world had many secrets that they didn't know. Chapter 42-66. The third demon's sword speed was too fast. In just a short while, he had already led Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons across an unknown number of galaxies. They were already far away from the heavenly palace's prison. At this time, even if the other party wanted to pursue them, they would not be able to find them. At this time, the third demon's sword stopped with Lu Ming. Look! After stopping, the third demon's sword waved his hand and a 3-dimensional picture appeared in the void. In a corner of this picture, there were specks of starlight that looked very dazzling. Apart from this corner, the other areas were all gray and hazy. It could be seen that the places with starlight only occupied about 1% of the volume. The gray areas occupied 99% of the volume. This is the map of the current primitive universe and the universe ruins. The places with starlight are the current primitive universe, and the gray areas are the universe ruins. The third demon sword said. Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons were dumbfounded. The universe ruins are so big? Lu Ming asked tongue-tied. Yes, in fact, the universe ruins and the current primitive universe are the total area of the entire universe. The current primitive universe only occupies 1% of the area. The other 99% are all universe ruins. That is to say, the universe of the last era was truly vast and boundless. It was 100 times larger than the current untainted universe. According to the information we have now, the universe of the last era did not use planets as a unit of measurement like the present one. At that time, there was only one continent in the entire universe, and it was called the Great Desolation Continent. It was a huge and boundless continent, and there were countless creatures living on it. Later on, there was a world-shaking war, and the vast and boundless continent was destroyed, turning into countless small continents that drifted to various places in the universe. Some of the continents evolved into different planets and gave birth to a new era, which is the current primitive universe. But most of the territories did not evolve. They still maintained the appearance of the last era, which is the current universe ruins. The third demon's sword continued to explain. Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons were completely dumbfounded. The amount of information was so huge that it subverted their worldview. They needed time to digest it slowly. In the universe of the previous epoch, there was only one continent called the prehistoric continent. Then, the prehistoric continent was blown apart and turned into fragments. A small portion of the fragments evolved into planets, which were the current prehistoric universe. The countless planets in the primitive universe were actually evolved from some of the fragments of the primitive continent. And it only occupied 1% of the total area. How big was the primitive continent of the last era? It was beyond the limit of their imagination. After a long while, Lu Ming and the other divine dragons reacted. According to the exploration of the predecessors, the last era was the real golden age of cultivation. There were countless experts like the sand of the Ganges. Naturally, there were also countless treasures left behind, which attracted countless top experts to explore. Of course, the universe ruins are also very dangerous. I won't tell you the details. You can understand it in detail when you arrive at the universe ruins. Let's continue our journey. After saying that, the third demon's sword waved his hand again. A wave of energy swept up Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons and took them to continue flying towards the universe ruins. By the way, Lu Ming, the copper coffin you took out before seemed to be very extraordinary. I couldn't see through it. How did you get it? The third demon's sword asked as they flew. He was very curious about the copper coffin. I got it in an ancient place. I don't know its origin. I guess it's the coffin of a primitive divine spirit, the one who attacked us before, Lu Ming said. No. The third demon's sword shook his head and said, I don't think it's that simple. You should have noticed that there was a thread behind the primitive divine spirit. It seemed to be controlled. It's very strange. The third demon's sword frowned and fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, in short, I feel that this copper coffin is very extraordinary. I can't see through it. You have to keep it well. It may be of great use in the future. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Of course, he would keep the purple copper coffin. Ever since he obtained the purple copper coffin, it had saved his life many times. Of course, he would keep it well. Lu Ming, tell me about you and junior sister. Where did she reincarnate to? How did you meet? Junior sister used to be very arrogant. How did she fall in love with you? If you don't want others to hear, you can send me a message. The third demon's sword changed the topic from the copper coffin to Lu Ming and Xianyinqing. The word gossip was written in his eyes. Lu Ming was speechless. In the end, Lu Ming told the story of him and Xianyinqing. The third demon's sword was filled with emotion. He said that Lu Ming and Xianyinqing were young, but they had experienced a lot. According to what you said, I guess junior sister should be cultivating in the ruins of the universe. There are some unique cultivation conditions in the ruins of the universe, and her progress will be very fast. The third demon's sword path. So, we can go to the ruins of the universe and see Shaoqing? Lu Ming was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the information about Xianyinqing that he couldn't find would come from the mouth of the third demon's sword. I'm not sure. I can only say that it's very likely. Anyway, we'll know when we get there. The third demon's sword path. The third demon's sword speed was too fast. As time passed, the third demon's sword seemed to be slowly recovering, becoming stronger and faster. 2 days later, they had crossed an unknown number of galaxies and star fields. Gradually, the starry sky became desolate. Previously, they could see a planet with a casual flight. Later, they often flew a long distance and couldn't see a planet. Later, it was simply pitch black. There was nothing. There were no life planets, resource planets, or even stars. The void fell into darkness. The third demon's sword told them that they had reached the edge of the current primitive universe. After a while, they would reach the ruins of the universe. Sure enough, not long after, the void lit up again. Then, Lu Ming and the 9 divine dragons opened their eyes. They saw several huge continents floating in the void. These continents were very vast, no smaller than a life planet. Moreover, the continents themselves were emitting traces of light. Chapter 42:67. The light they saw was emitted by these continents. They flew closer and saw that the continents were barren. There seemed to be no living creatures. Apart from a few special life forms, there are almost no other life forms in the entire universe ruins. Moreover, there are no planets in the universe ruins. There are only fragments of continents. These few fragments are still considered small. Some of them are boundless, hundreds or even thousands of times larger than this. Let's continue moving forward. Our people are still deeper in the third demon sword path. Third senior brother, who do you mean by our people? Lu Ming asked. The 9 divine dragons were also curious. However, the 9 divine dragons were only at the celestial the arch realm. In front of the third demon sword, they were juniors among juniors. Although they had doubts in their hearts, they did not dare to ask. Now that Lu Ming asked them, they immediately pricked up their ears to listen. Now, the Heavenly Palace has occupied the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace is the ruler of the primitive universe. Our people naturally refers to those who oppose the Heavenly Palace and fight against the Heavenly Palace. We call ourselves the Heaven Destroyer. Back then, we were defeated. We were no match for the Heavenly Palace, so we retreated to this place and used its geographical location as a defense. The third demon sword path. They did not stop. They chatted as they flew. They could see continents passing by them one after another. Lu Ming also found that the void here was filled with a special energy. This energy gave off a very ancient feeling. It was different from divine qi, but it could also be absorbed and refined. However, it was not as easy to refine as divine qi. It would take more time. In the blink of an eye, another few hours passed. We're almost there. The third demon sword's eyes lit up. He was obviously very excited. He had been suppressed by the Heavenly Palace for a long time, at least dozens of stellar years. Now that he was finally back, it would be strange if he was not excited. Lu Ming also looked ahead. There were many continents floating in the void in front of them. At a glance, there were no less than 100 continents. The area of each continent was not smaller than a planet in the primitive universe. Some of them were even larger. These continents were not arranged randomly. They seemed to be arranged according to a certain rule. Moreover, there was an incomparably huge ancient tree on each continent. These ancient trees were so huge that they extended into the void like the world tree. They could be seen even from afar. There was an ancient tree on each continent. These ancient trees were emitting green light and resonating with each other to form a huge array. Is Xiao Qing here? Lu Ming was also looking forward to it. Ever since Xianyanqing left, they hadn't seen each other for many years. He had been working on his cultivation and he had been wanting to see Xianyanqing. Were they finally going to see each other? No, our people are not in this place, but in several places. This way, we can take care of each other and avoid the situation of being wiped out by the Heavenly Palace. The Tang family's forces are still deeper in the universe ruins. Third demon sword explained. Oh, let's go. Lu Ming couldn't wait. But the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened. This was because, in another direction, he actually saw a planet, an incomparably huge planet. There were no planets in the universe ruins. How could there be a planet here? It was many times bigger than ordinary planets. This is the dragon's mother planet. Lu Ming exclaimed. Yes, he was too familiar with the aura of this planet. It was the dragon's mother planet. Lu Ming didn't expect to see the dragon's mother planet here. Immediately, he saw another strange thing near the dragon clan's home planet. Yes, it looked like a ball from afar. A hazy light shroud enveloped the entire world. That was the primordial divine lake world. The dragon's mother planet and the primordial divine lake world. Lu Ming smiled. Ao Qian and Fei Huang said that they would push the dragon's mother planet and the primordial divine lake world to the universe ruins. Third senior brother, let's set off later. I'm going to meet some acquaintances. Lu Ming said. Although he wanted to see Xian Yanqing immediately, Mid-Autumn Moon, Pantheon, and his past self were all in the primordial divine lake world. They were in seclusion. If they knew that he was captured by the heavenly palace after coming out, how worried would they be? So, it wouldn't be too late to meet Xian Yanqing after seeing Mid-Autumn Moon and the others. Well, I also have some acquaintances here. It won't be too late to set off in a few days. Are you going back to the dragon's mother planet? The third demon sword nodded. The last sentence was directed at the 9 divine dragons. At this moment, the 9 divine dragons' eyes were completely fixed on the dragon's mother planet. At this moment, the eyes of the 9 peak emperor god divine dragons were brimming with tears. Their bodies were trembling slightly due to excitement. The dragon's mother planet was their hometown. They had been enslaved by the heavenly palace for dozens of stellar years. Now, they finally saw their hometown. Senior, we're going back to the dragon's mother planet. One of the divine dragons nodded. Go. The third demon sword waved his hand. Immediately, the 9 divine dragons thanked the third demon's sword and flew toward the dragon's mother planet. When they flew into the dragon race's mother planet, they disappeared. The 10,000 dragons seal outside the dragon race's mother planet did not stop them. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. With the addition of 9 divine dragons at the peak of the God Emperor realm, the dragon clan's strength would recover even faster. Lu Ming, go. I'm going to meet an old friend. The third demon sword stepped out and flew toward the group of continents. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Lu Ming, on the other hand, flew toward the primordial divine lake world. The primordial divine lake world was shrouded in a light shield. This was the world wall. But now, several parts of the world wall were open. Lu Ming flew over. There were people guarding the door, but he could see people coming and going. Some people flew in and some flew out. Lu Ming guessed that the living beings of the primordial divine lake world and the group of continents should be interacting with each other. Lu Ming flew over and entered the primordial divine lake without any inspection. After all, the people of the heavenly palace could not mix in here. And the people here were his own people. I wonder if Autumn Moon and the others have come out of seclusion. Let's go to the primordial divine lake first. Lu Ming flew toward the primordial divine lake to see if Autumn Moon and the others had come out of seclusion. Lu Ming had just approached the shore of the primordial divine lake when he heard a roar. Damn the heavenly palace. How dare you kidnap my brother? I'll flatten the heavenly palace sooner or later. The voice was filled with anger. Lu Ming knew it was the voice of the myriad deities. From the tone, it seems like the myriad deities just learned about me. Did they just come out of seclusion? Lu Ming guessed. Chapter 4268. Lu Ming's guess was right. At this moment, Qiu Autumn Moon, myriad god, and his past body had just come out of seclusion. The moment they came out, they learned that Lu Ming's present body had been captured. They were instantly enraged, and myriad god let out an angry roar. On the side, Qiu Autumn Moon and his past body had ugly expressions. Young master, will your present body be all right? Qiu Autumn Moon asked Lu Ming's past body, her eyes filled with worry. After all, whether it was his past body or present body, it was still Lu Ming. How could she not be worried? Don't worry. I can sense that my present body should be fine. If my present body had fallen, I would be able to sense that he is still alive, Lu Ming's past body said. This made Qiu Autumn Moon and myriad god heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, the expression of Lu Ming's past body suddenly changed, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. I can sense that my present body is very close to this place. It's already nearby. What? On the side, Qiu Autumn Moon, myriad god, and the others from primordial divine lake were stunned. Lu Ming's present body had arrived and was not far from here. No way. Wasn't Lu Ming's present body captured by the Heavenly Palace? It was almost impossible to escape after being captured by the Heavenly Palace. How could Lu Ming's present body appear nearby? Qiu Autumn Moon, Myriad God, and the others were dumbfounded. As for his past body, he had already looked in a certain direction. Although his past body and present body could not communicate telepathically, they could still sense each other. As long as they were within a certain distance, they could sense each other. At this moment, Lu Ming's present body was walking through the air, his gaze meeting with his present body. Ha ha ha, as expected of me, Lu Ming. No matter what kind of danger you encounter, you can always escape successfully. Lu Ming's past body laughed heartily, looking smug. Qiu Autumn Moon, Myriad God, and the others also looked in the direction of Lu Ming's present body. Their eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. Young Master. Qiu Autumn Moon hurriedly flew towards his present body. Myriad God, his past body, and the others from Primordial Divine Lake also flew towards Lu Ming. Young Master, we just came out of seclusion when we heard that you were captured by the Heavenly Palace. Are you all right? How did you get out? Qiu Yu sized Lu Ming up and asked a few questions. The myriad deities and his past body also revealed looks of curiosity. It's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming gave a brief account of what had happened. They were secretly amazed. They hadn't thought that Lu Ming would experience so many things in just a few hundred years after being captured by the Heavenly Palace. At the same time, Lu Ming was also looking at Qiu Autumn Moon, Myriad God, and his past body. He was surprised. The cultivation of these three people had skyrocketed. Needless to say, Myriad God's cultivation was even more unfathomable. Qiu Autumn Moon's cultivation had also broken through a few layers. She was definitely above the third Great Supreme God layer. Lu Ming guessed that Qiu Moon had most likely reached the fourth Great Supreme God layer. A few hundred years ago, Qiu Moon's cultivation was only at the first Great Supreme God layer. It could be seen how fast Qiu Autumn Moon had progressed in the past few hundred years. In a few hundred years, she had advanced by 3 layers. This speed was simply unheard of. However, Qiu Autumn Moon's improvement wasn't the greatest. The greatest improvement was his past body. Before entering Primordial Divine Lake, his past body was only at the 7th Godly Emperor layer. Now, not only had he broken through the Great Supreme God layer, but he had also reached the 3rd Great Supreme God layer. This breakthrough was simply terrifying. One could imagine how much the eggshell and egg white left by the Primordial Divine Spirit had helped them. Lu Ming was really happy. Myriad God was his friend, Qiu Autumn Moon was his woman, and his past body was himself. The stronger they were, the better. Unfortunately, my cultivation hasn't broken through yet. How can I break through? Lu Ming's present body sighed in his heart. He had encountered a huge bottleneck. He had tried his best, but he still couldn't break through this bottleneck. This gave him a headache. It seems like I have to go and ask Senior Fei Huang. Senior Fei Huang should be on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, right? Lu Ming thought. They chatted for a while. Lu Ming's present body said that he wanted to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet to ask Fei Huang some questions. Follow me. The past body said and then stepped out, heading towards the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Needless to say, the present body understood the meaning of the past body. The past body was very familiar with the Dragon Clan's mother planet. If he wanted to find Fei Huang, he naturally needed the past body to lead the way. Soon, they entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet and headed in a direction. Soon, they came to a lake. The lake wasn't big, but the lake water was as clear as a mirror. There were lotuses growing on the lake. These lotuses were very large. Some of them were several meters in diameter. On one of the lotuses, there was a figure sitting cross-legged, like an otherworldly fairy. This person was Fei Huang. Is it the real body or the soul incarnation? It should be the soul incarnation. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. At this moment, Fei Huang opened her eyes and smiled. Lu Ming, you're here. She didn't seem surprised to see Lu Ming's present body. It seemed that Lu Ming being able to escape from the heavenly palace was within her expectations. Lu Ming was lucky to escape. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "Tell me, how did you escape?" Fei Huang asked with a smile. "It's like this," Lu Ming told her what had happened. "So it's the third demon sword. That boy was suppressed by the heavenly palace for dozens of years. I hope he can control his temper." Then, she looked at Lu Ming and said, "You must have many questions for me this time, right?" "Yes, Senior Fei Huang. After I reached the top of the 9th Godly Emperor layer, I encountered a bottleneck. I tried many times, but I couldn't break through. I don't know why." "Senior, please tell me," Lu Ming said. Taboo body. It's indeed hard to break through the limit of the Divine Emperor realm because the experience of others is useless. You can only rely on yourself. However, it's not too difficult for a Divine Emperor to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. "Let me have a look." Fei Huang got up, stepped into the air, and landed beside Lu Ming's present body. With a wave of her hand, a beam of energy enveloped Lu Ming. Then, Fei Huang's eyes emitted a dazzling glow, as if she wanted to see through Lu Ming. With one look, a trace of fluctuation appeared on Fei Huang's originally calm face. "Boy, you've cultivated so many ancient secret skills?" Fei Huang looked at Lu Ming speechlessly. "Is there a problem with cultivating ancient secret skills? Didn't you say that the more ancient secret skills I cultivate, the better it will be for me in the future?" Lu Ming said. He had a bad feeling. "Yes, the more forbidden body you cultivate, the better it will be for you. However, you've cultivated too many," said Fei Huang. Lu Ming. Chapter 4269. Lu Ming was speechless. "Weren't you the one who said that the more secret techniques one cultivated, the better? Why are you blaming me for cultivating too many now?" Lu Ming was full of resentment. "Yes, the forbidden body. The more secret techniques one cultivates, the better. The more secret techniques one cultivates, the stronger the power of the forbidden force will be. Moreover, it can be used as a reference in the future and it will be easier for one to walk their own path. However, I never expected that you would be able to find so many ancient secret techniques. You have already mastered more than half of them." Fei Huang was speechless. How did she know that Lu Ming was so abnormal that he could find so many ancient secret techniques? Many ancient secret techniques had been lost. It was difficult to find even one, but Lu Ming had found more than 1,800 of them. Fei Huang expressed that she was also very helpless. "Senior Fei Huang, since things have come to this, how can I break through?" Lu Ming asked helplessly. "If you want to break through now, there's only one way, and that is to rely on yourself," Fei Huang said. Lu Ming was speechless. "What you need to do now is to use the existing secret techniques as your foundation and create your own unique secret technique. Then, with this secret technique, you can break through the current bottleneck and break through to the Divine Emperor realm," Fei Huang said. "Create my own path and create my own secret technique?" Lu Ming muttered. "That's right. According to my original estimation, you would need to reach peak Emperor God at the very least and break through to the Divine Master realm before you need to take this step. However, because you have mastered too many secret skills and ancient secret skills, this process has been brought forward by an entire realm. However, once you've created your own path, your combat strength will skyrocket and you'll gain a lot," Fei Huang said. "Senior, thank you for your guidance. I'll definitely do it," Lu Ming said with a determined gaze. He had enough confidence in himself. Moreover, he had the primordial God stone. Back then, the Lord of the Primordial Divine Court relied on the primordial God stone to create 3,000 ancient secret techniques. This showed how mysterious the primordial God stone was. By relying on the primeval God stone and the secret arts he had mastered, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to forge his own path, right? Don't be too confident. If you want to walk your own path, the difficulty will be beyond your imagination. For example, I have already forgotten all the secret techniques that I have mastered in the past. I only have my own path in my heart, Fei Huang warned seriously. Lu Ming's heart shook. If he wanted to walk his own path, did he need to forget all the secret techniques? He had mastered more than 1,800 ancient secret techniques and tens of thousands of ordinary secret techniques. It would be too difficult for him to forget all of them. As if seeing Lu Ming's worry, Fei Huang continued, of course, you don't have to worry too much. When you first start walking your own path, you don't have to forget all your secret techniques. Only when you reach the later stages will you have to forget all your secret techniques. Only when you have your own Tao and your own path will you be able to reach the grand accomplishment stage. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. All right, regarding the matter of cultivation, just proceed in this direction. Do you have any other questions? Fei Huang said. Senior Fei Huang, I want to know why the people here, I mean all of you, want to go against the Heavenly Palace? Lu Ming asked. He had always been curious about this question. Why were there so many people who wanted to become the Heavenly Palace's archenemy, as if they would not rest until one of them was dead? Was it because the Heavenly Palace ruled the universe domineeringly and the other weaker races wanted to resist? Lu Ming felt that the reason was not that simple. I knew that you would ask this question, Fei Huang said. Then, she pondered for a while as if she was thinking about how to phrase it. In the primitive universe, the original races and forces were far more than what they are now. Let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about the top 10 races. In the distant past, the top 10 races were not like what they are now. The top 10 races have changed several times. Do you know why those powerful races disappeared? Fei Huang asked. Could it be that they were destroyed by the Heavenly Palace? Lu Ming said. He thought of the Sky Heart race. That's right. Fei Huang nodded. Why does the Heavenly Palace want to destroy these races? Is it because they are afraid that these races are too strong and will threaten the Heavenly Palace's rule, or are these races not willing to submit to the Heavenly Palace's rule? Lu Ming asked. No. Let me tell you, the Heavenly Palace's strength is much stronger than you think. No matter how strong these races are, they will not be able to threaten the Heavenly Palace's rule. As for not submitting to the Heavenly Palace's rule, there is one reason, but that is not the main reason. The main reason is that the Heavenly Palace wants to extract the bloodline of these races to refine some kind of treasure. Fei Huang said. What? Lu Ming was shocked. This was shocking news, far beyond Lu Ming's imagination. The Heavenly Palace wants to refine some kind of treasure or cultivate some kind of skill. They need the bloodline of a powerful race, and not just one or two bloodlines, but almost the entire race's bloodline. Therefore, the Heavenly Palace usually encourages the races in the universe to compete with each other. Only through competition can they grow. This is like raising poisonous insects. When a race grows to an extremely strong level, it is time to harvest. The Heavenly Palace will find a reason to kill most of the living beings of this race and extract their bloodline. In the end, the races in the universe are just the Heavenly Palace's captive prey. That is why so many people resist the Heavenly Palace and want to overthrow the Heavenly Palace. From the beginning, the Heavenly Palace, the archaic celestial court, to me, your father-in-law, we have all discovered the Heavenly Palace's secret. That is why we want to overthrow the Heavenly Palace. Only by overthrowing the Heavenly Palace can we save the races in the universe. Fei Huang explained in more detail. Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't calm down. He never thought that there would be so many secrets behind this. The Heavenly Palace's methods could be said to be extremely cruel. Why did they have to sacrifice one powerful race after another in order to cultivate some kind of treasure or skill? This kind of method made one's hair stand on end. Perhaps the Sky Heart race and the Dragon race were exterminated because of this. The Heavenly Palace was the real cancer in the universe. After a long while, Lu Ming finally calmed down. Senior, why do you say that the taboo body is the natural enemy of the Heavenly Palace? Could it be that the treasure that the Heavenly Palace wants to refine needs the taboo power? Lu Ming asked. He couldn't help but think this way because the Heavenly Palace's experts had captured him and wanted to extract the taboo power. No. Fei Huang shook her head and said, that's because as the power of the taboo grows stronger and stronger, it will oppress the Celestial Palace. It will make the people of the Celestial Palace grow weaker and weaker. Thus, the taboo bodies and the Celestial Palace are mortal enemies. Lu Ming was stunned. There was actually such a thing? Why was that? Lu Ming immediately asked. This time, Fei Huang was silent. Chapter 4270. Fei Huang was silent for a while before she said, Lu Ming, this matter involves a very deep secret. It even involves the ruins of the universe and the matters of the previous era. Telling you now will do more harm than good. How about this, when your cultivation reaches the Divine Master Realm, I'll tell you everything. Reach the Divine Master Realm? Lu Ming said. His heart was itching. He could not wait to know all the secrets immediately. Yes, because there are some things that only the Divine Master Realm is qualified to participate in. Take the ruins of the universe for example. We're only at the edge of the ruins now, so there's not much danger. If you want to explore the ruins of the universe and head to the depths of the ruins, you'll need at least the Divine Master Realm cultivation. It's the same principle. Fei Huang said. Lu Ming was helpless and could only suppress his doubts. When he reached the Divine Master Realm, he would naturally know. Senior, do you know where Shaoqing is? Lu Ming asked. Anyway, when he met Fei Huang, he would ask where Xianyinxing was. Fei Huang would most likely know. Some of the doubts in his heart had been resolved. He couldn't wait to see Xianyinxing. Shaoqing is cultivating somewhere in the ruins of the universe. If you want to find her, take this map. Fei Huang nodded and waved her hand. A map flew to Lu Ming's present body and was caught by Lu Ming's present body. Lu Ming injected forbidden energy. The jade talisman glowed and a map appeared. In one area of the map, there was light, while the other areas were dark. This lit-up area is relatively safe. Anyone below the Divine Master Realm can go there. It's about the size of the entire primitive universe. Those dark areas are extremely dangerous. Without the cultivation of the Divine Master Realm, one should never go there. Shaoqing's location is here. After Fei Huang finished speaking, she stretched out her finger and pointed at a spot on the map. A dot of light appeared there. Although the ruins of the universe are dangerous, there are also opportunities. This place is very suitable for Shaoqing to cultivate. Previously, Shaoqing brought some people here to cultivate. You can follow the map and find him. Oh right, take back your things. After saying that, Fei Huang waved her hand and a pitch-black skeleton flew out. Beside the pitch-black skeleton was a metal ball. Lu Ming, you're back. The metal ball cried out excitedly. Who else could it be but Qiuqiu? That pitch-black skeleton was naturally Bone Devil. Bone Demon and Qiuqiu had always been by the side of the present body, so when they saw two Lu Ming, they naturally flew towards the present body. Qiuqiu flew to the present body and spun around Lu Ming excitedly. As for the Bone Devil, it flew directly into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Ha ha ha, this old man knew that you would be fine. I'll return all your belongings to you. Bone Devil laughed and one item after another flew out. First was the battle character formula, which returned to Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Then, it was the mysterious ice rod, the Gale Pearl, and the storage ring. They're all back. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. With these belongings, it was equivalent to having a lot of trump cards. He would be more confident. All right, I've told you everything that needs to be told. Go and find Shaoqing. After not seeing you for so many years, she also misses you very much. Fei Huang said and waved her hand gently. The past and present bodies clasped their fists and bid farewell before leaving. Somewhere in the void of the dragon race's mother planet, the past and present bodies stood facing each other. They looked at each other and nodded silently. Then, the past body emitted a dazzling light and rushed towards Lu Ming. Then, it directly rushed into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. In the next moment, the past body appeared in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Under the feet of the past body, there was a bowl-shaped object floating. This was clearly a primordial god's eggshell. The past body sat cross-legged in the eggshell, closed its eyes, and silently comprehended various origin secret techniques. Now, Lu Ming's identity had been exposed. It was time for the two bodies to act together. Although it was risky for the two bodies to act together, both bodies would be in danger if they encountered danger. However, there were more benefits. First of all, the two bodies together were stronger, had more adaptable methods, and had more trump cards. In addition, when they obtained some opportunities, both bodies could use them. For example, previously, the current body acted alone, or some opportunities that the past body could use would be wasted. Therefore, Lu Ming decided that if it was not necessary in the future, the two bodies would act together. In that case, the two bodies could switch at will. For example, if he restrained his aura now and emitted the aura of his past body, others would know that he was Lu Ming. At least if he met his relatives or acquaintances, others would not mistake him. Just like Mid-Autumn Moon and the myriad gods, didn't they recognize him wrongly? After the past body entered his sea of consciousness, Lu Ming took out the map of the universe ruins and looked at it carefully. Then, after sending a message to Mid-Autumn Moon and the myriad gods, Lu Ming flew in a direction according to the map. The universe ruins were very vast. Just the area marked on the map that they could explore was equivalent to the size of the current primitive universe. As for the dragon race's homeworld, it was quite a distance away from where Xianyinxing cultivated. If Lu Ming flew at full speed, it might take him a month or so. As he flew, he jumped over floating continents one after another. Although there were some plants growing on these continents, there were almost no animals. They looked dead silent. Of course, Lu Ming also perked up and didn't dare be careless. After all, this was the universe ruins. Just like that, Lu Ming flew for nearly a month. It should be near this area. Lu Ming took out the map again and looked at it. Then, he continued to fly for a while. In front of him, a continent appeared. This continent was very huge. Its area was about 5 times the size of an ordinary life planet. Moreover, from afar, it was pitch black. This is demonic qi. What a dense demonic qi. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The continent in front of him was filled with dense demonic qi. The dense demonic qi spread from the continent to the void. There's no mistake. This should be it. This place is suitable for Shaoqing to cultivate. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He then stepped out and dashed toward the mainland. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he rushed into the continent, a hurricane formed by the dense demonic qi swept towards Lu Ming. It was extremely violent. Lu Ming waved his hand and a palm blade flew out, splitting the hurricane. However, more hurricanes swept towards Lu Ming. The hurricane in the sky above this continent is really strong. It's better to fly lower a little. Lu Ming thought and swooped down towards the continent. Sure enough, when he descended to a certain height, the hurricane suddenly disappeared and calmness was restored. There was only dense demonic qi left. Chapter 4271. I don't know where Shaoqing is. He didn't reply to my messages. Lu Ming thought. Lu Ming couldn't use the illusory divine jade now. Otherwise, the people of the heavenly palace would be able to track him down. Besides, Xianyinxing didn't have the illusory divine jade, so they had to rely on the sound-transmitting talisman. Lu Ming had sent a message to Xianyinxing when he was close to the area, but Xianyinxing hadn't replied. Lu Ming chose a direction and flew quickly. At the same time, he released his spiritual awareness and covered a large area to look for Xianyinxing. What's that? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes moved and he looked in a direction. He saw a few silhouettes flickering in that direction. They were dashing towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! 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 Before the silhouettes arrived, a few sharp energies attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and blocked the energies. The silhouettes had already arrived in front of him. They're not creatures of flesh and blood. Lu Ming's heart jumped. He had already seen what was attacking him. They were strange creatures. They didn't have flesh and blood bodies. They seemed to be formed by demonic qi. Their eyes were blood red and they were filled with violent intent. They attacked Lu Ming crazily. Powerful demonic qi swept towards Lu Ming. The three strange creatures weren't weak. They had the fighting strength of the first great supreme god layer. However, the first great supreme god layer was nothing to Lu Ming. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming used his forbidden strength. His hand was like a knife. He slashed 3 times and the 3 creatures exploded. They turned into demonic qi and disappeared. These creatures must have been born in the special environment of this continent. They don't have any intelligence. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind and he continued to move forward. However, not long after, another strange creature charged towards Lu Ming. This time, there were even more of them. More than a dozen of them appeared and rushed towards Lu Ming like a swarm of bees. However, those creatures only had the strength of the first great supreme god layer. They were much weaker than Lu Ming. Numbers couldn't make up for the difference. Lu Ming easily killed those creatures. Then, he continued forward. But on the way, Lu Ming kept getting attacked by those creatures. He was getting stronger and stronger, and some of them had the strength of the second great supreme god layer. In the end, some cultivators of the third great supreme god layer appeared. Lu Ming had no choice but to take out his mysterious ice staff. Just like that, Lu Ming had traversed almost half of the continent, but he still didn't see any trace of Xianyinqing. However, after passing through half of the continent, the number of strange creatures condensed from demon qi suddenly decreased. This lightened the pressure on Lu Ming by quite a bit. Suddenly, there was a flash in Lu Ming's eyes. His figure moved and he dashed forward at high speed. Because Lu Ming had found a corpse in front of him. It was a young man. He had already died. There was no sign of life on him. The fatal wound was between his eyebrows. His forehead had been pierced. This is the strength of the heavens. Lu Ming was astonished. He had found some residual strength on the young man's wound. It was the strength of the heavens of the heavenly human tribe. The young man had been killed by the heavenly human tribe. The heavenly human tribe had appeared here. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. But immediately, he had a bad feeling. That young man was probably with Xianyinqing. Fei Huang had said that Xianyinqing hadn't come here alone to cultivate. He had come with others. Xianyinqing wasn't the only one who was suitable to cultivate here. Other people who cultivated demon Tao divine power were also suitable to cultivate here. The universe ruins were an ownerless land. If the people who resisted the heavenly palace could come here, then the people from the heavenly palace could naturally come here too. There were experts from the heavenly palace here. Lu Ming's pupils contracted slightly. This wasn't good news. Shao Qing didn't reply. Could it be? Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but tighten. The bad feeling became even stronger. Swoosh! Lu Ming didn't care about hiding. He increased his speed to the limit and rushed forward. Not long after, he saw the body of another young man. There were also traces of the strength of the heavens on the young man's wound. Obviously, he had also been killed by the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming's mood became more solemn and anxious. Traces of murderous intent emanated from him. At this moment, a few creatures condensed from demon qi rushed toward Lu Ming. They were directly killed by Lu Ming's ice. Heavenly Palace, if anything happens to Shao Qing, I will make you pay 10 times or 100 times the price, Lu Ming growled in his heart. His eyes were bloodshot as he continued to rush forward. He could already see the traces of a great battle here. The corpses were also arranged in this direction. This meant that he was looking in the right direction. Lu Ming increased his speed to the limit and flew quickly. Boom! Suddenly, a violent roar came from the front. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There were sounds of battle in front of him. Someone was fighting. In this place, it was either the creatures condensed from demon qi or Xianyinqing and the people from the heavenly palace. No matter what the situation was, at least he could learn something. Lu Ming sped up and flew forward. As expected, he saw some figures fighting fiercely. There were 3 figures besieging 2 figures. Heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. 3 of them were from the heavenly human tribe. As for the other 2, needless to say, they must be the young geniuses who had come to cultivate with Xianyinqing. At this moment, the 2 of them were in a dangerous situation. They had already suffered some injuries. They were completely at a disadvantage. Whoosh! Lu Ming dashed over directly. The Bingxian rod was like a violent storm, blasting toward the 3 heavenly human powerhouses. The strongest of the 3 heavenly human tribe experts was only at the 3rd great supreme god layer. How could they resist the attack of the mysterious ice rod? When the mysterious ice rod pressed down, the 3 heavenly human tribe experts exploded and died on the spot. Whoosh! The 2 young geniuses breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, thank you for your help. A short-haired young man came over and thanked him. You're welcome. We're on the same side. By the way, where are the others? Also, do you know Xianyinqing? Where is she? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. You're here to find Xianyinqing? She's in danger now. She lured away a large group of Heavenly Palace experts by herself. She's heading in that direction. The short-haired young man said. Thank you. Lu Ming said. His figure flashed and he left the place. He flew forward quickly. This time, after flying for some distance, Lu Ming stopped. Because he was surrounded. Their figures flashed and at least a dozen figures surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. They were all experts from the Heavenly Palace. Most of them were from the Heavenly Human Tribe. A few of them were from other tribes. Some of them were young, but most of them were middle-aged or old. All of them were at the Great Supreme God layer. Their auras were powerful. Chapter 42-72. Those people from the Heavenly Palace had powerful qi because many of them were seniors. Another traitor, but he only has the strength of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Let me deal with him. A young heavenly human stepped out. His eyes were as cold as lightning, and he threw a palm at Lu Ming. He didn't take Lu Ming seriously. He had the strength of the 1st Great Supreme God layer, and he was from the Heavenly Human Clan. Any member of the Heavenly Human Clan would be considered a genius in the primitive universe. He was strong enough to fight against cultivators of the 3rd Great Supreme God layer. How could he take a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer seriously? He threw a punch at the young man. His strength was even heavier than a star. Even a cultivator of the 1st or 2nd Great Supreme God layer would be killed by that punch, let alone a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Unfortunately, his opponent was Lu Ming. Bzzz. Lu Ming immediately used the mysterious ice staff. It shook violently and released a terrifying qi, which moved towards the young man from the Heavenly Human Clan. The young man from the Heavenly Human Clan frowned. Oh no, hurry up and retreat! Shouted an old man. He wanted to save the young man from the Heavenly Human Clan, but it was too late. Boom! As the mysterious ice staff smashed down, the young man from the Heavenly Human Tribe exploded and died on the spot. You want to die? You're a traitor. You're a sinner. A few burly men were enraged. They roared angrily and charged toward Lu Ming. Those people were all at least of the 4th Great Supreme God layer. Some of them even had the strength of the 5th Great Supreme God layer. They could see that Lu Ming was a monstrous cultivator. He had a deadly weapon and was extremely strong. He could kill ordinary cultivators of the 3rd Great Supreme God layer instantly. Therefore, they sent cultivators of the fourth great supreme god layer to kill Lu Ming. Actually, Lu Ming couldn't fight against them anymore. In the past, Lu Ming would have had to run away or use the purple coffin to fight. But now, he didn't need to. What was difficult to deal with was his current body, not his past body. Origin's secret technique, come out. Lu Ming shouted and waved his hands. His glabella began to emit a dazzling light. At this moment, in between the eyebrows of the present body, the past body stood on the eggshell of the primordial divine spirit. His entire body was covered in dazzling godly light, and all kinds of godly powers were operating at full power. Meanwhile, various Origin's secret arts appeared above the head of the present body. The Gate of Domination, the Horn of the Ancient Divine Dragon, the Moon of the Moon, the Sun of the Sun, the Sword of Void Cleaving, the Bell of Heavenly Evil. There were a total of more than 20 Origin source secret techniques. Every Origin secret technique exuded a terrifying power, and they had already severed many shackles. It was obvious that his past self had obtained a great opportunity at the primordial divine lake. Not only had his cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds, but he had also made significant breakthroughs in the Origin divine power factor and various Origin secret techniques. Therefore, even though his cultivation base had improved tremendously, he hadn't fallen behind in terms of his ability to fight those of a higher level. Instead, he had become even stronger. Some people's cultivation base improved tremendously when they had a fortuitous encounter, but they would fall behind in other aspects. That way, even though his cultivation base had improved, his battle prowess would be weaker than others of the same level. For example, some geniuses could fight those of a higher level than them when they were godly emperors. Then, they had a fortuitous encounter, and their cultivation base had improved tremendously. They had reached the first or second great supreme god layer. However, their Origin divine power factor or Origin secret techniques hadn't broken through. Therefore, their ability to fight those of a higher level would definitely be weaker. They wouldn't be able to fight those of a higher level than them. Only when their cultivation base had broken through and they hadn't fallen behind in other aspects could they maintain their ability to fight those of a higher level. Not only had his past self not fallen behind, but he had become even stronger. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the God's Gate. Then, an incomparably huge primordial divine spirit rushed out of the God's Gate. It was very similar to when the 10,000 gods had used the God's Gate. After that, the Moon of the Moon and the Sun of the Sun emitted dazzling lights. The two opposite strengths collided and created a destructive strength. On top of that, the Tian Xia bell emitted a clear and melodious sound. All kinds of Origin secret techniques had different effects. When they attacked together and coordinated with each other, they could erupt with shocking power. The first one to bear the brunt was an old man of the fifth great supreme god layer. He was affected by the Tian Xia bell. His body stiffened, and he stopped moving. Slash. An empty void sword flashed and the old man's third eye was pierced. His soul was destroyed at the same time. The old man's eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe it. He had the strength of the fifth great supreme god layer. He would have never thought he would be killed. How could a godly emperor suddenly release such a terrifying attack? How was that possible? That was the old man's last thought. At that moment, the other secret skills of the Origin also launched a fierce attack. The other's cultivation was below the fifth level of the Emperor God realm, so they could not withstand Lu Ming's attack. All kinds of secret skills of the Origin fell, and the people of the Heavenly Palace were killed one by one. There were a few people of the Heavenly Palace who hadn't attacked yet. At that moment, they were astonished. They couldn't believe it. Then, their eyes were filled with fear. Their cultivation levels weren't as high as those who had attacked before. They only had the strength of the first, second and third great supreme god layer. Run! Run! These people screamed in terror and then fled in all directions. But Lu Ming wanted to kill them. How could he let them run away? Slash! Lu Ming used the Great Aurora technique. His silhouette flickered and he appeared next to a middle-aged man of the Heavenly Human clan. He attacked him with his mysterious ice rod and killed him. At the same time, the void-piercing sword streaked across the sky at an incredible speed. It pierced through the forehead of a strong cultivator of the heavenly palace and killed him. Lu Ming had too many tricks up his sleeve. Besides, he had joined hands with his current body. How could those people escape? In a short time, they were all killed. Little Qing, you'll be fine. After killing those people, Lu Ming didn't stop and continued moving forward. After that, Lu Ming didn't encounter any obstacles. He quickly arrived at the edge of the continent. As soon as he arrived at the edge of the continent, Lu Ming saw some lights in the sky. It was still far from Lu Ming, but he could already see some people fighting. It was probably Xian Yanqing and the people of the heavenly palace. Let's go. Lu Ming immediately jumped into the sky and used the great teleportation technique to move forward. After more than 10 teleportations, Lu Ming finally saw the situation in front of him. A large group of people surrounded a single person. Chapter 4273. A large group of people surrounded one person and kept attacking. That group of people were all from the heavenly palace. Some were from the heavenly human clan, some were from other clans. Lu Ming was astonished when he saw the person who was surrounded. Xian Yanqing. If the person who was surrounded wasn't Xian Yanqing, who else could it be? At that moment, Xian Yanqing was at a disadvantage and had to focus on defending herself. She was surrounded by 9 black lotuses. Those black lotuses had an incredible defensive power. There were at least 100 strong cultivators from the heavenly palace around her, but they couldn't break through the defense of those 9 lotuses. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. However, his heart was still hanging in the air. He realized that those people from the heavenly palace were too strong. Their qi was as thick as a mountain, unfathomable. According to Lu Ming's experience, at least half of them had the strength of the 5th great supreme god layer or above. More than 100 strong cultivators and half of them had the strength of the 5th great supreme god layer. He could not figure out the cultivation level of some of the strongest people. However, Lu Ming had come into contact with people of this level before. 9th great supreme god layer. Indeed, there were at least 3 people who had the strength of the 9th great supreme god layer. They were almost at the top of the great supreme god layer. Lu Ming couldn't fight against them. They could easily kill Lu Ming. However, the attacks of so many experts were blocked by Xian Yanqing. She has the strength of the 6th great supreme god layer? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He realized that Xian Yanqing's cultivation level was also very high. She had the strength of the 6th great supreme god layer. There was a huge gap between the 6th great supreme god layer and the 9th great supreme god layer. But Xian Yanqing was terrifyingly strong. She had covered the whole area with her special domain and the 9 black lotuses had blocked all their attacks. But Xian Yanqing was still at a disadvantage. She could only defend herself. She couldn't fight back. Even though she was strong, there were many people from the heavenly human clan. They were all geniuses. They were stronger than cultivators of the same level. No matter how strong Xian Yanqing was, she couldn't fight against cultivators of the 9th great supreme god layer who were 3 levels higher than her. It was already a miracle that she could block the attacks of so many strong cultivators. But if it continued, her defense would be broken sooner or later. Attack with all you've got. This is a peerless genius of the rebels. She can't hold on much longer. Kill him and you'll be rewarded greatly, shouted a middle-aged cultivator of the 9th great supreme god layer. His sword. Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming could see that Xian Yanqing's black lotuses weren't formed by some secret technique. They were a kind of treasure. It was like some kind of weapon. Only a powerful weapon could have such a strong defense. At that moment, Xian Yanqing's heart skipped a beat. She sensed something and looked at Lu Ming. Xian Yanqing's body trembled when she saw Lu Ming. Her eyes shone brightly. Little Qing, you recognized me? Lu Ming was also a little confused. He was using his present body. He didn't release the qi of his past body. Xian Yanqing had never seen his present body. How could she recognize him? Could it be that Fei Huang had shown Xianyinxing his present appearance? A few thoughts flashed across Lu Ming's mind. At that moment, the people from the heavenly palace also noticed Lu Ming. Another traitor is here. He's just a cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer. What are those pieces of trash doing? How could they let a cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer come here? Said a cultivator of the heavenly palace. He had the strength of the 9th great supreme god layer. This time, there were more than 100 people who had come to explore the ruins of the universe. They had bumped into Xianyinxing and the others. The heavenly palace and the traitors were mortal enemies. As soon as they saw each other, they started fighting to the death. Almost all of the other traitors had been killed. They had gathered most of their high-end combat power to surround and kill Xianyinxing. Xianyinxing was too strong. He was so young and he had already broken through to the 6th great supreme god layer. That was incredible. Furthermore, Xianyinxing's battle prowess was unbelievably strong. Such a person must be killed. They had gathered most of their strong cultivators to kill Xianyinxing. They had also left some strong cultivators to kill the other traitors. The other traitors weren't very strong. They should have been able to kill them all. But now, there was a cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer there. Go and kill him. Ordered an old man of the 9th great supreme god layer. I'll go and kill him, replied someone. Then, they flew towards Lu Ming. It was a middle-aged man from the angel clan. His chi wasn't weak. He had the strength of the 4th great supreme god layer. Against a cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer, a cultivator of the 4th great supreme god layer would definitely be able to kill him. That was what everybody thought. The middle-aged man from the angel clan was extremely fast. He had 8 wings on his back. When he flapped them, he turned into a beam of light and threw himself at Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a long distance and was getting closer to Lu Ming. Tian Xia Bell, void-breaking sword, God's Gate, shouted Lu Ming. A few original secret skills appeared above his head and attacked the middle-aged man from the angel clan. Without any suspense, the middle-aged man from the angel clan was instantly killed by those original secret skills. Many people from the heavenly palace were astonished. Their eyes were filled with murder. Another peerless genius. We can't let him go, said a few people coldly. Hurry up and leave, shouted Xianyinxing. Even though she knew that Lu Ming was extremely strong, his cultivation level was too low. He couldn't compete with the strong cultivators of the heavenly palace. You want to leave? None of you can leave. Go and kill him. Send more strong cultivators. Ordered a cultivator of the 9th great supreme god layer. Instantly, a dozen strong cultivators moved towards Lu Ming. Their speed was astonishing. Some of them had the strength of the 7th great supreme god layer. Sending so many strong cultivators to kill a godly emperor was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. They had to kill Lu Ming. Swoosh. Before those people could reach him, Lu Ming used the great teleportation technique and moved backwards. In the blink of an eye, he appeared tens of thousands of li away. That's the great teleportation technique of the ancient era. Some people from the heavenly palace recognized this ancient secret technique. Split up and chase him, shouted a cultivator of the 7th great supreme god layer. He chased after Lu Ming like crazy. 7th great supreme god layer cultivators were extremely fast. Even if Lu Ming used the great teleportation technique, he couldn't catch up with them. However, Lu Ming was already far away from them. At that moment, he kept using the great teleportation technique to change his position. That cultivator couldn't catch up with Lu Ming in a short time. What a piece of trash. You guys surround her. We'll attack and kill that boy first. Agreed, said 2 cultivators of the 9th great supreme god layer. Chapter 4274. The 2 cultivators of the 9th great supreme god layer had joined the battle personally. They led a group of strong cultivators to attack Lu Ming. They were also afraid that the longer they delayed, the more unforeseen things would happen. If they delayed too long and the rebels sent even stronger experts, they would be in trouble. Therefore, they didn't want to waste time with Lu Ming. They sent their strongest cultivators to kill Lu Ming as quickly as possible. Then, they could focus on killing Xianyanqing. The cultivators of the ninth great supreme god layer were too fast. The two cultivators of the ninth great supreme god layer were rushing towards Lu Ming from two different directions. Even though Lu Ming kept using the greater teleportation technique, the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. Finally, they're here? Whispered Lu Ming. At that moment, he stopped. Then, his body started glowing and a silhouette came out of his body. That silhouette was Lu Ming's past body. At that moment, the past body was holding the purple copper coffin. On the other hand, Lu Ming's present body retreated rapidly, widening the distance between them. Using the purple copper coffin, one body was enough. That way, if something happened, both bodies wouldn't die. The past body was holding the purple copper coffin. Instead of moving back, he was moving towards the people of the heavenly palace. Two people, that person seems to be Lu Ming. Suddenly, a heavenly human cultivator of the ninth great supreme god layer shouted crazily, "That's Lu Ming. He's hiding in the dragon clan's mother planet. He has a forbidden body, Lu Ming. We have to capture him at all costs." He had never thought that he would meet Lu Ming there. Lu Ming had a forbidden body. Everybody knew that. Mu Yun had a forbidden body. Not many people knew that. Therefore, they didn't recognize the present body. It's him. Capture him. The Lord Heaven and the Celestial Master will reward you handsomely. Don't let him go. The other people from the heavenly palace went crazy. They used all their strength and increased their speed to the maximum. They rushed towards Lu Ming's past body, wanting to take down Lu Ming. The two cultivators of the ninth great supreme god layer were the fastest. They quickly approached Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. Gotcha! He pushed with all his might, and the lid of the purple copper coffin was pushed open slightly. A terrifying aura spread out. Not enough, again. Lu Ming growled and continued to push the lid of the purple copper coffin. The gap on the purple copper coffin lid grew wider. Roar! Someone shouted furiously. Then, a hand covered with scales came out of the coffin and moved towards the two cultivators of the celestial clan of the ninth great supreme god layer. The two heavenly human clans' ninth layer great god realm experts' expressions changed drastically. "Ah, what is this? It's the original spiritual being, run away!" shouted the two heavenly human cultivators of the ninth great supreme god layer. Their eyes were filled with fear. They couldn't resist the hand that came out of the purple copper coffin. The difference between their strengths was too great. They started to run away, but how could they run away? The hand that was covered with scales grabbed the air and a terrifying attractive force appeared. The two heavenly human clans' ninth layer great supreme god cultivators stopped running away and flew towards the hand that was covered with scales. The hand that was covered with scales grabbed the air. Bam bam! The two heavenly human clans' ninth layer great supreme god cultivators exploded. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. The other heavenly palace's cultivators took a deep breath when they saw that. They started to run away as fast as they could. But it was too late. The hand that was covered with scales continued to grab the heavenly palace's cultivators. They were all attracted by the attractive force and were crushed by the terrifying energy. Their bodies kept exploding and they died on the spot. In a flash, all the heavenly palace's cultivators who had attacked Lu Ming had died. The celestial palace experts who were still besieging Xianyanqing broke out in a cold sweat as a chill ran down their spines. Terrifying, too terrifying. A few cultivators of the ninth great supreme god layer had been killed in a flash. The other great supreme god cultivators couldn't even withstand a single blow. In the purple copper coffin that Lu Ming took out, an extremely terrifying primitive god was imprisoned. It was not an primitive god that they could fight against. Run! Run! The Heavenly Palace's cultivators who were attacking Xianyinxing didn't dare to stay any longer. They didn't have time to attack Xianyinxing anymore. They all started to run away as fast as they could. You want to run? Lu Ming's past body's eyes were twinkling with cold light. He took the purple copper coffin and chased after those people. They had dared to attack Xianyinxing, so he wanted to kill them. He wouldn't let any of them live. Roar! At this moment, the roar from the purple copper coffin became louder and louder. It made the purple copper coffin tremble slightly. Lu Ming's expression changed. The purple copper coffin produced a powerful force that made it difficult for Lu Ming to move forward. Moreover, there was a strange sound coming from the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming had never heard this sound before. What's going on? The expressions of Lu Ming's past body and present body changed. This kind of situation had never happened before. Something was wrong with the purple copper coffin. However, the Heavenly Palace's cultivators didn't know about this. They were overjoyed when they saw that Lu Ming had stopped. They ran away even faster and disappeared from the area in the blink of an eye. Close it. At this moment, Lu Ming didn't have time to chase after the Heavenly Palace's cultivators. He tried his best to close the purple copper coffin. This was because he felt that something was wrong with the purple copper coffin. He had a bad feeling. At the same time, his present body rushed over and tried to close the purple copper coffin together with his past body. However, no matter how hard Lu Ming tried, the purple copper coffin's lid didn't move. It even opened wider. Then, a head poked out from the purple copper coffin. It was the primitive divine spirit that had appeared in the Heavenly Palace's cage. He looked at Lu Ming's past body with a strange look in his eyes. Then, he reached out his scaly hand and grabbed at Lu Ming's past body. Oh no! His past body and present body's expressions changed drastically. The primitive divine spirit in the purple copper coffin was attacking him. What was going on? However, no matter how powerful the primitive divine spirit was, Lu Ming wouldn't just sit there and wait for his death. Lu Ming's past body let out a long roar and cast all kinds of origin source secret skills. At least 20 origin source secret skills blasted toward the palm that was covered with scales. In addition, the present body also made its move. After using the greater teleportation technique twice, the present body was filled with dazzling light, and the forbidden power was pushed to the extreme. It transformed into several beams of divine light that slashed toward the scale-covered palm. However, these attacks had no effect on the scale-covered palms. It was like a ball of cotton hitting a piece of steel. There was no effect at all. Chapter 4275. Lu Ming's attack landed on the scaly palm, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It had no effect at all. The scale-covered palm didn't stop there. It grabbed at the past body, and in an instant, all of the past body's origin secret techniques collapsed. The past body trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his body was grabbed by the scaly palm. However, the terrifying power of the scaly palm did not continue to bombard Lu Ming. Instead, it quickly retracted into the purple copper coffin and disappeared completely. With a clang, the lid of the purple copper coffin closed automatically. Then, it floated quietly in the air. Lu Ming's present body was dumbstruck. What was going on? Why did the purple copper coffin suddenly change like this? Why did the primordial divine spirit inside suddenly attack and grab the past body? When he was in the Heavenly Palace's celestial prison, he had opened the purple copper coffin. The primordial divine spirit's entire body had rushed out of the purple copper coffin without attacking him. Now, why did it attack the past body? Could it be because the past body had cultivated divine power? Was it because it cultivated the universe myriad Tao technique that it attacked him? However, to Lu Ming's relief, the past body was not dead. Although the past body and the present body could not see each other, they could still sense each other. It was especially easy to sense if the other was alive or dead. He could clearly sense that the past body was fine and was still alive. However, he did not know what had happened in the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming, this may be a good thing. I can feel that the inside of the purple copper coffin is no small matter. Perhaps it is a great opportunity for your past body. Guo said. I hope so. Lu Ming nodded and then flew to the side of the purple copper coffin. He reached out and grabbed it. The purple copper coffin quickly shrank and flew back into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. He just felt that it was a pity that he and the past body had to be separated not long after joining forces. Fortunately, Xiaoqing is fine. Lu Ming adjusted his mood and looked at Xianyinqing. Lu Ming, what's going on? Xianyinqing was also confused. He couldn't help but ask. He was just about to fly towards Lu Ming. Xianyinqing had long since learned about Lu Ming's past self and present self from Fei Huang. Therefore, when he saw the present self, he immediately recognized it. Just as she was about to fly towards Lu Ming, her expression changed drastically. She felt a strong attraction force acting on her body, trying to draw her to a certain place. Not good, Xiaoqing, run. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression also changed greatly. He cried out in alarm and then rushed madly towards Xianyinqing. Because at this time, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared behind Xianyinqing. The huge whirlpool emitted a strong attraction force. It was like a big mouth that wanted to swallow Xianyinqing. Lu Ming was extremely anxious. He increased his speed to the limit, but he was still a step too late. Xianyinqing's body involuntarily flew towards the whirlpool and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn it, Lu Ming roared. His body turned into an aurora. He used the greater aurora technique and rushed directly towards the whirlpool. His speed was fast enough. However, because he was afraid that opening the purple copper coffin would hurt Xianyinqing, he was still far enough away from Xianyinqing. At this moment, he wanted to rush over, but he was already a step too late. When Lu Ming rushed over, the whirlpool disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming rushed past the place where the whirlpool was just now. He didn't rush into the whirlpool. Damn it, who is it? What is it? Get out of here. Lu Ming roared. Every cell in his body was trembling. His body was covered in a dazzling light. All kinds of ancient secret techniques were unleashed crazily. Great destruction technique, great shattering technique, great aurora technique, all kinds of secret techniques poured out in an instant, bombarding the void where the whirlpool was just now. Rumble. The void shook violently and was forcefully torn apart. A huge crack appeared. That is, at this moment, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes couldn't help but widen. Through the crack in the void, he saw a huge city. It was an incomparably huge city. It was incomparably magnificent and filled with an ancient aura. At the front of the city, there was a huge gate. At this moment, he clearly saw Xianyinqing's body fly into the gate and disappear. Then, the huge city emitted a dazzling light. After a slight tremble, it disappeared from the spot. Damn it! Lu Ming roared angrily and continued to tear the void. However, he couldn't see the shadow of the huge city. Lu Ming looked around the area but couldn't see the shadow of the huge city. Damn it, what is this huge city? Why was Xiaoqing sucked into the huge city? Bone Demon, do you know? Lu Ming was incomparably irritable. He had just met Xianyinqing and didn't even have time to exchange greetings before Xianyinqing was sucked away by a huge city that appeared out of nowhere. First, his past body had been trapped in the purple copper coffin. Then, Xianyinqing had been sucked away by an inexplicable giant city. Even with his temperament, he was extremely irritable. His heart was filled with boundless anger. At first, Lu Ming thought that it was done by the experts of the Heavenly Palace. However, he ruled out that possibility. If it was done by the Heavenly Palace, why did they only suck away Xianyinqing and not him? Bone Demon was experienced and knowledgeable. Now, he could only ask Bone Demon. This seems to be a city from the previous era, Bone Demon spoke. His voice seemed to be very solemn. The previous era? Nonsense, this is the universe ruins. The things that appear here are all left behind from the previous era. I want to know more about it. Lu Ming said in an unpleasant tone. As if knowing that Lu Ming was in a bad mood, Bone Demon didn't bother much and said, "Actually, I'm not too sure either. Back then, I paid more attention to the matters of the previous era. You can ask Fei Huang. She should know more." Yes, Senior Fei Huang. Lu Ming seemed to have grabbed onto his last life-saving straw. Without stopping, he flew in the direction of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Of course, the two places were very far apart. When Lu Ming returned to the Dragon Clan's mother planet, almost a month had passed. As soon as he returned to the Dragon Clan's mother planet, Lu Ming found Fei Huang. There's actually such a thing. Could it be that the Supreme Immortal City has appeared again? After hearing Lu Ming's description, Fei Huang frowned and whispered. Supreme Immortal City? Senior, what's the Supreme Immortal City? Lu Ming quickly asked. From your description, it's most likely the Supreme Immortal City. The Supreme Immortal City is a city passed down from the previous era. After the end of the previous era, the universe ruins were left behind. Although countless years have passed, it still contains endless fortuitous encounters. Fei Huang slowly explained. Chapter 4276. From the information we have, the Eldritch universe is divided into two epochs. The first epoch is the previous epoch, and we are now in the second epoch. In the first epoch, all living beings lived in the vast Eldritch universe. The cultivation conditions back then were far from what we have now. Therefore, it was a golden age for cultivation and there were countless experts. Therefore, there were a lot of treasures that were far from what we have now. Later on, when the Eldritch universe collapsed and the first epoch was destroyed, all the experts disappeared and only the ruins of the universe were left. However, there were also countless opportunities and treasures in the ruins of the universe. Many of these treasures were extremely tempting to those who had surpassed the Divine Master realm. The Taishang Immortal City is a treasured place. It has great opportunities for divine lords, divine emperors, and divine masters. It is a sacred place for cultivation. Therefore, you don't have to worry too much. If Xiaoqing enters the Taishang Immortal City, not only will she not be in danger, but it will also be a great opportunity. Fei Huang said. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Fei Huang's words. How long will it take for Xiaoqing to come out of the Taishang Immortal City? Lu Ming asked again. It was not easy to meet Xian Yanqing. Would they have to wait for a long time before they could meet again? Maybe you don't have to wait for Xiaoqing to come out. Soon, you will be able to go in and find Xiaoqing. Fei Huang said with a smile. Me? Can I enter the Taishang Immortal City too? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Fei Huang nodded and said, the Taishang Immortal City has appeared once in history. At that time, your father-in-law and I went in. Normally, the Taishang Immortal City is wandering in the depths of the ruins of the universe. It is impossible for outsiders to find it. Even I, your father-in-law, and the experts from the Heavenly Palace can't find traces of the Taishang Immortal City. However, after wandering in the ruins of the universe for countless years, the Taishang Immortal City might appear in the current Eldritch universe. About 60 solar years ago, your father-in-law and I were still very weak. We were only at the Divine Emperor realm. At that time, the Taishang Immortal City appeared once. That was the first time the Grand Supreme Immortal City appeared. Before the Grand Supreme Immortal City appeared, it appeared at the edge of the universe ruins. According to my deduction, it won't be long before the Grand Supreme Immortal City appears in the primitive universe. At that time, the Grand Supreme Immortal City will stay there for 1,000 years. At that time, it will be the time to enter. At that time, you can enter the Supreme Immortal City and reunite with Little Qing. Fei Huang explained. We can go in, right? I wonder how long it will take. Lulu asked Fei Huang, it's hard to say. If it's fast, it'll take a few months. If it's slow, it'll take a few years. At that time, the whole primitive universe will be alarmed, and countless people will enter. We, the Sky Exterminating Army, have to be prepared. We'll send a group of people in then. Fei Huang said, her eyes shining. The entire universe will be alarmed? Lu Ming was very surprised. That's right. The Taishang Immortal City is no small matter. It has great benefits for those below the origin realm, especially for the geniuses. No matter if they are primitive divine spirits or heavenly human tribe, they will be able to improve quickly no matter what cultivation technique they practice. Especially for the peerless geniuses. If they go in, their progress will be very shocking. Those who don't will fall behind and it will be difficult for them to compete with others in the future. Therefore, all the geniuses in the universe will go in, including some older people in their prime. When your father-in-law and I entered the Taishang Immortal City, we were only at the Divine Emperor realm. When we came out, we were already at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. Fei Huang said. Entered the Divine Emperor realm and came out the peak of the Divine Emperor realm? Lu Ming was tongue-tied and dumbstruck. According to Fei Huang, one could only stay in the Taishang Immortal City for 1,000 years. In other words, Fei Huang and the others had only stayed in the Taishang Immortal City for 1,000 years and their cultivation had reached the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. This speed was simply shocking. One could imagine that there were great opportunities in the Taishang Immortal City. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to improve so quickly. No wonder Fei Huang said that the entire universe would be alarmed. Senior, why did the Taishang Immortal City suck Xiaoqing in? I was also there. Why wasn't I sucked in? Lu Ming asked another question that had been bothering him. There are two possible reasons for this. The first is that the place where the Supreme Immortal City appeared is exactly where Xiaoqing is standing. The second is very likely because Xiaoqing has the reincarnation characteristic, because she has successfully reincarnated. I think the second possibility is more likely. Fei Huang said. The reincarnation characteristic. Lu Ming whispered. Lu Ming, you have to be prepared. The Taishang Immortal City might be a great opportunity for you. Aren't you having a hard time breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm now? However, I know a place in the Taishang Immortal City that can help you find your own path and break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Fei Huang said. Can it help me break through to the Divine Emperor realm? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like he had to make a trip to the Taishang Immortal City. It wasn't just for the breakthrough of his cultivation, but also for Xiaoqing. When all the geniuses in the universe entered the Taishang Immortal City, would Xian Yanqing encounter these people? Would she be in danger? Senior Fei Huang, are there any restrictions on entering the Taishang Immortal City? Can everyone enter? Lu Ming asked again. From what Fei Huang said, it seemed like even divine masters could enter. If they entered with divine masters, what could they use to compete with them? They probably wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. If they weren't careful, they would be slapped to death by the divine masters. Lu Ming, wait for me here. I'll go and spread the news. We have to make preparations in advance. If the Taishang Immortal City appears in the primitive universe, the 5 heavenly palace will definitely join forces to seal it. It won't be easy for us to enter then. Fei Huang said. Senior, you go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Lu Ming said. Fei Huang nodded. Her figure flashed and disappeared from where she stood. Lu Ming was alone, slowly digesting the news he had just heard. Slowly, he straightened out his thoughts. Origin realm, is it the realm above the Divine Master realm? Lu Ming thought of Fei Huang saying that anyone below the origin realm could enter the Taishang Immortal City. Then, he asked Gumo, that's right. The realm above the Divine Master realm is called the origin realm. Existences in this realm have already grasped some kind of origin of the universe and exist with the universe. As long as the universe is not destroyed, they will not be destroyed. They are the peak existences in the universe and are extremely terrifying. They can destroy galaxies with a wave of their hand. Gu Mo explained. Then what's the deal with overgods, origin venerables, and heavenly venerables? Lu Ming asked again. Chapter 4277. These three are all titles. Primordial divine spirits who reach origin realm are called overgods. Celestial race from the heavenly palace who reach origin realm are called celestial exalts. People from other races who reach origin realm are called origin exalts. Gu Mo explained. Lu Ming finally understood the meaning of these titles. They all represented origin realm. Clearly, the third demon's sword was also at origin realm. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The third demon's sword was at the origin realm. How powerful was his father-in-law, whom he had never met before? Lu Ming and Gu Mo chatted for about 10 minutes before Fei Huang's figure reappeared. Lu Ming looked at Fei Huang expectantly, waiting for her to continue. Let's continue talking about the Taishang Immortal City. There are conditions to enter the Taishang Immortal City. The Taishang Immortal City is divided into 3 levels. Divine Masters will appear on the corresponding level. Divine Emperors will also appear on the corresponding level. Divine Emperors and those below Divine Emperors will also appear on the corresponding level. High-level cultivators can't enter the lower level. Similarly, low-level cultivators can't appear on the higher level. The environment and opportunities on each level are different. Of course, it's possible to break through the levels. For example, if you enter now, you'll definitely appear on the first level, which is the level for Divine Emperors or below. However, if you break through on this level and reach the Divine Emperor realm, you'll be able to break through the void and rush to the second level, which is the level for Divine Emperors. After all, once you reach the Divine Emperor realm, you won't be able to obtain any opportunities if you continue to stay on the level for Divine Emperors or below. Your cultivation speed won't be fast either. Only on the corresponding level can you obtain the greatest opportunities. In addition, there are conditions to enter. The first and second levels have age restrictions. You can't be older than 1 stellar year. Once you're older than 1 stellar year, you won't be able to enter. In other words, it's not only the younger generation that can enter. Even those who are older than you can enter. Fei Huang explained. Generally speaking, according to the different ages, they were divided into several stages. Teenagers, young men, middle-aged men, and old men. In the God Emperor and God Emperor realm, those below the stellar year were considered to be in the prime of their lives. In other words, this time, not only would the younger generation enter the God Monarchs, God Emperors, and God Emperors, but there would also be people in their prime. As for the Divine Master realm, there are no restrictions, because time is of little significance to Divine Masters. As long as one is a Divine Master, they can enter the 3rd floor. Fei Huang explained. Lu Ming nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't pay attention to the God Masters. He only paid attention to those in the God Emperor realm or below. There's one more thing. While increasing your cultivation through fortuitous encounters in the Grand Immortal City is important, there's something else that's even more important, and that's the Origin Energy Seed. Once you obtain it, your future cultivation will proceed smoothly until you break through to reciprocity. You'll be able to make rapid progress without any obstructions at all. Even for those with the constitution of forbidden existences, it'll be extremely useful. However, only the strongest people on each floor will have the chance to obtain it. So, you must reach the end and become the strongest. Take this jade talisman and have a look. It contains my records about the Grand Supreme Immortal City. Study it carefully. Fei Huang said. She took out a jade talisman and passed it to Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming took it and thanked her solemnly. You can stay here for the time being. We'll send people to keep an eye on the Grand Supreme Immortal City. Once the Grand Supreme Immortal City appears, I'll inform you. Fei Huang said. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Fei Huang nodded. The next moment, she disappeared from where she was. Little Qing, let's meet in the Grand Supreme Immortal City then. Lu Ming muttered. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend the secret technique, attempting to find his own path. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, the grand supreme immortal city would appear between the primitive universe and the universe ruins once a year. Every time, it would appear for a while and disappear immediately. However, it was still captured by the people of the heavenly palace. This time, the 5 heavenly palaces were alarmed. The 5 great celestial palaces also began to deploy, and the news spread throughout the entire primitive universe. In the primitive universe, different people might not have heard of the grand supreme immortal city at all. However, some of the older generation, especially those who had lived for 60 stellar years or those who were in the divine master realm, naturally knew of the grand supreme immortal city. Some of them had even entered in the past. When they heard about the grand supreme immortal city, they were immediately excited. They began to gather the youths and adults of their respective races. Then, they contacted the heavenly palace and prepared to enter the grand supreme immortal city when it appeared. The heavenly palace did not reject them. In any case, there was no limit to the number of people who could enter the grand supreme immortal city. The heavenly palace issued an order for people of various races to gather in the 4 heavenly cities. When the grand supreme immortal city completely appeared, they would enter together. For a time, the dreamy heavenly palace, the crepe myrtle heavenly palace, the divine armament heavenly palace, and the Hongmeng heavenly palace, the 4 heavenly palaces cities of heaven were filled with people. It was unknown how many people there were, but it was completely in the hundreds of millions. Even some of the smaller races sent people over. This was because they heard that this would be a great opportunity. The heavenly palace did not limit which races were qualified to enter. Therefore, those who heard the news sent people over. 3 years later, the grand supreme immortal city finally appeared in a star field at the edge of the primitive universe. It did not leave but stopped there. That star field was called the Withered Glory Star Field. The primitive universe was under the control of the heavenly palace. As soon as the grand supreme immortal city appeared, the heavenly palace immediately received the news. The elites of the heavenly palace were immediately mobilized. It was not only the divine masters or the Lord of Heaven. This time, even the heavenly venerables were mobilized. An unknown number of them were mobilized. They completely sealed off the area around the grand supreme immortal city. The grand supreme immortal city has appeared. Let's go. Let's go. The 4 heavenly palaces issued the order. Immediately, countless people headed toward the grand supreme immortal city. In the ruins of the universe, the Heaven Destroyer also received the news. The Heaven Destroyer was the name of all the people who rebelled against the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace called them rebels. The Heaven Destroyer naturally had spies all over the universe. With such a big commotion in the heavenly palace, the Heaven Destroyer also received the news. In the past 3 years, the Heaven Destroyer had long prepared. All those who met the requirements of age were gathered and waited for the grand supreme immortal city to appear. During this time, they all gathered on a barren continent in the primitive universe. Lu Ming, come with me. The grand supreme immortal city has appeared. It's time to go. On this day, Fei Huang appeared and said to Lu Ming. It's finally appeared. Little Qing, I'm here. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, revealing a hint of excitement. Chapter 4278. Senior Fei Huang, is the Taishang immortal city occupied by the heavenly palace? How are we going to break in and fight with them? Lu Ming asked, feeling rather doubtful. According to Fei Huang, the Taishang immortal city was too important. The 5 heavenly palace would probably send their overlords. How were they going to send people in? If the 5 heavenly palace joined forces, their strength would be unfathomable. The heavenly palace that Lu Ming had met before was only the dreamy heavenly palace. The overlords of the heavenly palace he had met were only those from the dreamy heavenly palace. He hadn't met the overlords of the other 4 heavenly palace. The dreamy heavenly palace alone was already unfathomable. With the help of the other 4 heavenly palace, their strength was simply unimaginable. Could they really send people into the Taishang immortal city while being surrounded by the 5 heavenly palace? Would there be an earth-shattering battle? Indeed. If the overlords of the 5 heavenly palace are all here, it'll be difficult for us to send people in, but it's impossible for all of them to be here. In the ruins of the universe, there are some places that are rarer and more precious than the Taishang immortal city that have attracted part of the heavenly palace's power. Besides, we can also join forces with the demons, Fei Huang said. Join forces with the demons? We have to join forces with the demons? Lu Ming frowned. To be honest, he had a bad impression of the demons. The demons were greedy and evil. They would eat the creatures in the untainted universe as soon as they caught them. If the demons rushed into the untainted universe, countless creatures would suffer. Looks like you have some misunderstandings about the demons. Do you think that the demons are extremely evil and only want to rush into the untainted universe and devour countless creatures? Fei Huang asked. Isn't that the case? Lu Ming asked. Indeed, the demons are evil, but their target isn't the untainted universe. Their real target is the heavenly human race. They only want to destroy the heavenly human race. However, the celestial race has dragged all the races in the primitive universe into their war chariot to fight against the demons. Naturally, the demons will hunt down any race they see. As for the devil's desire to destroy the primitive universe and devour the countless creatures in the primitive universe, those are all rumors spread by the heavenly human tribe. Fei Huang said. So it's like this. Could it be that the celestial race has a grudge against the demons? Lu Ming was very curious. That's right. The celestial race and the demons have enmity, and it's a feud that has lasted for generations. Therefore, there's nothing wrong with us allying with the demons. The truly evil ones are the celestial race. We have already sent people to contact the demons. The demons will launch an attack on the heavenly palace in the dark universe. They will dispatch a large number of top experts. This way, the 5 heavenly palace experts in the dark universe will be restrained by the demons. This way, we will have the confidence to send you into the Taishang immortal city. Fei Huang said. As the two of them spoke, they had already arrived on a barren continent. In a flat area in the middle of the barren continent, a large number of figures had already gathered. At a glance, there were at least a few 100,000, close to 1,000,000. Most of them were young or in the prime of their lives. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and chatted casually. In the air, there was a group of people who were very special and also very eye-catching. They immediately attracted Lu Ming's attention. Because although these people didn't deliberately emit their aura, they made people feel an inexplicable pressure. Divine Masters. Lu Ming knew that these were all Divine Masters, and there were at least 1,000 of them. Lu Ming's pupils constricted and he gasped a breath of cold air. The Heaven Exterminating Troop had mobilized more than 1,000 Divine Masters. These were Divine Masters. It was difficult to see even one in the past, but now, there were over 1,000 of them. This number was simply shocking. The strength of Heaven Destroyer was far beyond Lu Ming's imagination. He could imagine that these 1,000 Divine Masters were definitely not all of Heaven Destroyer's Divine Masters. They might only be a part of it. According to Fei Huang, there were even more precious treasures in the universe ruins. There must be more Divine Masters exploring and training in the universe ruins. It was no wonder that Heaven Destroyer dared to go against the Heavenly Palace. It was not without reason that the Heavenly Palace regarded them as a great enemy. Among them, Lu Ming saw Autumn Moon's Master, Divine Master Dream Void, and the primordial Divine Masters, Hong and Ashur. The Divine Masters gathered together, and those below the Divine Master gathered together. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming glanced around and saw Autumn Moon and her 2 senior sisters, as well as Wan Shen and the others. Lu Ming, go. I have other things to do. Fei Huang smiled. Lu Ming nodded and then flew toward Autumn Moon. Fei Huang soared into the sky and disappeared into the void. Obviously, there were origin realm existences in the surroundings. Fei Huang had probably gone to find them. This kind of high-level matter was not something he could participate in. Lu Ming stepped into the air and flew toward Autumn Moon. Young master. As soon as Lu Ming approached, Autumn Moon discovered Lu Ming and flew over with joy. Autumn Moon, your cultivation has improved again. Lu Ming smiled and walked over to hold Autumn Moon's small hand. This attracted the attention of the surrounding youths, who constantly glanced at Lu Ming. Whether it was in terms of appearance or temperament, Autumn Moon was too outstanding. Standing in the crowd, she was like a crane in a flock of chickens. She had already attracted the attention of many youths. Now that they saw Lu Ming and Autumn Moon's close relationship, they naturally had some thoughts. Some sighed, some were indignant, and some were jealous. However, there were many experts here, and there were over 1,000 divine masters. In the void, there were also origin venerables. Naturally, no one dared to be impudent. Lu Ming pulled Autumn Moon and landed beside Wan Shen and the others. By the way, young master, where's your past body? Also, didn't you go to find Sister Nianqing? Why don't I see her? Autumn Moon looked around curiously. Wan Shen also looked over curiously. It's like this, Lu Ming could only briefly explain the matter. Of course, he used voice transmission to only tell Autumn Moon, Wan Shen, and a few others who were close to him. This kind of secret naturally couldn't be easily told to other people who weren't familiar with it. Such a thing actually happened. Autumn Moon and Wan Shen were also dumbfounded. By the way, do you know anything about the Taishang Immortal City? Lu Ming asked. Yes, the seniors have already explained it in detail. Autumn Moon said. I have a record of the Taishang Immortal City here. Take a look and see if it's more detailed. Lu Ming took out the jade talisman that Fei Huang had given him and handed it to Autumn Moon. This was given by Fei Huang, so it should be more detailed. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and thou shalt be victorious. The deeper one's understanding of the Taishang Immortal City, the more advantageous it would be after entering, and the greater the harvest. Autumn Moon took the jade talisman, scanned it with her spiritual consciousness, memorized the contents, and handed it to Wan Shen. After reading it, Wan Shen gave Autumn Moon 2 senior sisters. Chapter 4279. At this moment, in the Taishang Immortal City of the Withered Glory Star Domain. The Taishang Immortal City was extremely huge. It floated in the air and was many times larger than an ordinary planet of life. It would take at least tens of thousands of ordinary planets of life to compare to the Taishang Immortal City. The Taishang Immortal City gave off a layer of hazy light that enveloped the surrounding space. This layer of light was very special. Anyone who entered this layer of light would be suppressed regardless of their cultivation level, making it difficult for them to use their strength. It was the same for divine emperors, divine masters, and even peak reciprocity experts. In front of the Taishang Immortal City was an extremely huge door. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it gave off a vast pressure. It was as if anyone would have to bow down before this door. Below the door was a flight of stairs that led straight to the door. At this moment, countless figures had gathered in the space around the Taishang Immortal City. The 5 great celestial palaces, no, to be precise, the 4 great celestial palaces. The most mysterious of the 5 heavenly palace, the heavenly palace, did not send anyone. The prodigies of the heavenly human clan under the 4 heavenly palace, the core disciples of the heavenly palace, and the prodigies of the countless races in the universe, as well as those in the prime of their lives, had all come. It was unknown how many people there were, but at a rough glance, there were at least 100 million of them. 100 million might seem like a lot, but it was actually nothing. How big was the primitive universe? How many races were there? There were so many young geniuses from so many different races, as well as people in their prime. Hundreds of millions of them were really nothing to worry about. Right now, the door to the Taishang Immortal City hasn't officially opened yet. Follow us in first. Once the door opens, you can enter through the door. A dignified voice rang out. It was a celestial venerate's command. No one dared to disobey. This time, more than one celestial venerate from the 4 heavenly palace had come. A little below these celestial venerates were people on the level of the Lord of Heaven. There were dozens of them. They were the first to fly towards the grand supreme immortal city, followed by the hundreds of millions of figures behind them. When they entered the Taishang immortal city, they immediately felt their cultivation being suppressed, making it difficult for them to utilize their strength. The only thing he could use was his physical strength. They were barely able to float in the air. They slowly approached the stairs and waited there. Yes, the demons of the dark universe have gathered and started a war with us. Suddenly, an Empyrean spoke. Of course, only the other celestial venerables and the Lord of Heaven could hear his voice. There were some things and secrets that ordinary people had no right to know. It must be those traitors who joined forces with the fiends to put pressure on us and force them to send people in. The other Empyrean snorted coldly, his expression ugly. It wasn't hard to guess such a method. What was difficult was how to deal with it. They had left some experts in the universe ruins. Now that the fiends were invading, they had to send a large number of experts to stop the fiends. Otherwise, the fiends would break through the defense line and kill their way into the primitive universe. The consequences would be very serious. They knew that this was a scheme of the traitors, but they had no way to stop it. This was an open conspiracy. They could only follow the other party and send experts to the dark universe to stop the fiends. Send reinforcements to the dark universe. A Lord of Heaven said. Soon, a portion of the top experts from the 4 heavenly palace left and went to the dark universe. Everyone, listen up. Then, a celestial venerate spoke. His voice spread throughout the place and rang in everyone's ears. Everyone looked at the celestial venerate at the same time. This time, the traitors will definitely participate in the trip to the Taishang immortal city. Send their young and middle-aged people in. Now, I'll give all of you a mission. The celestial venerate continued to speak. Everyone perked up and listened carefully. After entering the Taishang immortal city, as long as you see the traitors, kill them. Anyone who kills the traitors and comes out with evidence will be heavily rewarded by the heavenly palace. The celestial venerate said. We will do our best to kill the traitors and not let them return. Everyone shouted. Okay, there's another thing. Look. As he spoke, the celestial venerate waved his hand and 2 pictures appeared in the air. These 2 pictures were Lu Ming's past body and present body. Lu Ming and Mu Yun, if you kill either of them, I promise to promote you to the Son of Heaven or the Daughter of Heaven. The celestial venerate said again. Whoosh. As soon as these words were said, it caused an uproar. Countless people's eyes were burning with greed. As long as they killed either Lu Ming or Mu Yun, they would be promoted to the Son of Heaven or the Daughter of Heaven. This was an endless temptation. What were the Son of Heaven or the Daughter of Heaven? They were the top representatives of the heavenly palace. Only the top, most elite prodigies of the heavenly human tribe could be titled as the Son of Heaven or the Daughter of Heaven. Now, there were less than 10 people in the 4 heavenly palace who could be titled as the Son of Heaven or the Daughter of Heaven. Once they were titled as the Son of Heaven or the Daughter of Heaven, their status would be unimaginably high. Even the leaders of the top 10 races would have to be respectful when they saw them. Everyone would be tempted. Lu Ming and Mu Yun, I must kill them. Your lives are mine. The eyes of the top 100 prodigies on the universe prodigy list glinted sharply. Although the prodigies on the universe prodigy list were famous in the primitive universe and had an extraordinary status, compared to the Son of Heaven or the Daughter of Heaven, they were too far apart. Especially Gabbert, the peerless prodigy of the angel race. Mu Yun, you're mine. I must kill you. Gabbert roared in his heart, and the killing intent in his eyes was incomparably strong. Because of Ling Yue, Gabbert and Mu Yun had formed a great enmity. Back then, Mu Yun had challenged Gabbert in public and made a 1,000-year promise. There was no need to wait 1,000 years. Gabbert decided that once he saw Mu Yun this time, he would immediately kill him. What 1,000-year promise? How could it compare to the status of the Son of Heaven? Not only the prodigies of the various races in the universe, but even the prodigies of the heavenly human tribe had blazing eyes as they stared at the two portraits of Lu Ming. There were many prodigies of the heavenly human tribe in the four heavenly palace, but there were less than 10 son of heaven and daughter of heaven. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to be titled as the son of heaven and daughter of heaven. It could be said that the son of heaven and daughter of heaven were the kings of the heavenly human tribe. Which heavenly human tribe didn't want to be titled? Everyone was silently chanting two names in their hearts, Lu Ming and Mu Yun. Yi Chu Tianji, Yi Ling Hongya. Follow me. At this time, the Lord of Heaven called out 9 names in a row. After saying that, the heavenly venerate walked to the side, and then 9 young men and women of the heavenly human tribe stepped out and followed the heavenly venerate. Chapter 4280. It's them. After seeing these 9 people, many people were shocked. Because these 9 people were the 9 sons of heaven and daughters of heaven of the 4 heavenly palace. They stood at the peak of the heavenly human tribe and were extremely powerful. In the crowd, some people's eyes emitted a strong fighting spirit. These were the geniuses on the primitive universe prodigy list, especially the top 10 geniuses. The top 10 geniuses on the universe prodigy list were also the top geniuses in the universe, standing at the peak of countless geniuses. However, no one thought that the top 10 geniuses on the universe prodigy list could compare with the sons of heaven and daughters of heaven. They all thought that there was a big gap. They were all proud and arrogant people, so they naturally wanted to compare in their hearts. However, the other party's status was too high, so no one dared to challenge them. The 9 sons of heaven and daughters of heaven followed the heavenly master to the side. This time, no matter what, we must kill Lu Ming and Mu Yun. Remember, especially Mu Yun. The heavenly master emphasized again with a heavier tone. However, he said this to the 9 people through voice transmission, so the others couldn't hear him. Don't worry, heavenly master. Whether it's Lu Ming or Mu Yun, I will kill them both. A forbidden body must not be left alive. A square-faced genius from the heavenly human tribe said coldly. This person was called Yi Chu Tianji, an extremely terrifying existence. You still don't know. Let me tell you, Mu Yun and Lu Ming are the same person. The heavenly master said. The heavenly palace didn't spread the news that Lu Ming and Mu Yun were the same person. Now, only a few higher-ups knew about it. After all, this matter was very disgraceful. It could be said that Lu Ming had been playing the heavenly palace from beginning to end, but nothing had happened until now. This was an extremely shameful thing. What? The 9 sons of heaven and daughters of heaven were shocked and tongue-tied. Lu Ming and Mu Yun were actually the same person. This was really beyond their expectations. How can it be? Could it be that he alone controls 2 forbidden powers? Yi Chu Tianji said, somewhat in disbelief. It was unheard of for a single person to control 2 types of taboo energy. No, according to our speculations, Mu Yun and Lu Ming are the same person. At the beginning, it was Lu Ming who obtained the taboo strength from the dragon race's mother planet. Later on, he should have cultivated some sort of special cultivation method and cultivated Mu Yun, transferring the taboo strength to Mu Yun. Now, Lu Ming shouldn't have any taboo strength. Therefore, your main target is still Mu Yun. If you can capture him, capture him. If you can't, then kill him. If you don't want the forbidden power, then so be it. The Celestial Venerable warned. After what happened last time, they had a deeper understanding of this principle. That is, as long as one possessed a taboo body, they were all people who possessed great luck. If it wasn't for the fact that one couldn't kill such a person in an instant, a series of unforeseen events would occur. Just like Lu Ming last time, even though he was locked up in the heavenly prison, he still managed to escape. In the past, Fei Huang and the others also had similar experiences. Therefore, this time, he made a promise to the son of heaven or daughter of heaven and ordered everyone to kill Mu Yun. Since he couldn't obtain it, he could only destroy it. Yes, Lord Heavenly Sovereign, don't worry. This time, whether it's Mu Yun or Lu Ming, only death awaits them. That's right, and those traitors, they won't be able to return. The 9 son of heaven and daughter of heaven nodded solemnly, their killing intent cold. At this moment, on the barren continent in the ruins of the universe, Lu Ming and the others were waiting. Suddenly, 7 figures appeared out of thin air in the sky. Lord Source Venerate! Someone exclaimed softly. Everyone's heart trembled as they looked at the 7 figures that had suddenly appeared with burning gazes. These 7 figures were all Source Venerate level powerhouses. Source Venerates were at the origin realm. They controlled a certain source of the universe and coexisted with the universe, standing at the peak of the universe. It was also a realm that all cultivators yearned for. Countless people hoped that one day, they would be able to reach the origin realm and coexist with the universe. Such people were rarely seen, but now, 7 of them had appeared. Lu Ming also looked at the 7 people. Among the 7, Lu Ming knew 2 of them. One of them was Fei Huang, and the other was the 3rd demon sword. Next, we will set off for the Taishang Immortal City. I've told you all about the Taishang Immortal City. Here, I'll remind you that once you enter the Taishang Immortal City, the people from the Heavenly Palace will definitely be hunted down by our people, so it's still very dangerous after entering the Taishang Immortal City. However, this time, all the races in the universe will enter, and there are many races. Most of you, as long as you don't actively expose your identity and blend in with the other races, the people from the Heavenly Palace won't be able to find you. However, there are a few exceptions among you, such as the descendants of the primordial divine spirit, and some of the more famous geniuses, such as Cutting Che. Mu Yun, Chiu Chiu Yu, Wan Shen, you will definitely be the focus of the people from the Heavenly Palace, and it will be difficult to hide. Therefore, you should be more careful. Among the 7 Source Venerables, the one who spoke was Fei Huang. The others seemed to be inferior to Fei Huang in terms of status. Yes. Lu Ming and the others nodded in agreement. Fei Huang had named Lu Ming, Chiu Chiu Yu, Wan Shen, and the others. The others were the top geniuses from the Heaven Destroyer, and they enjoyed a reputation even in the Heavenly Palace. Now, I'll give you some time to completely memorize the life origin aura of your own people. Otherwise, when you enter the Taishang Immortal City, you won't be able to recognize your own people. This way, you can help each other at critical moments. Take the initiative to release your life origin aura. Begin. Fei Huang continued. Immediately, the hundreds of thousands of people who were about to enter the Taishang Immortal City released their life origin aura. Then, the others spread out their spiritual senses and memorized the life origin aura of everyone present. This way, when they entered the Taishang Immortal City, it would be easy for them to distinguish between their own people and those who weren't. Lu Ming also spread out his spiritual senses and scanned the area. At their level, their memory was too strong. They only needed 10 minutes to memorize the hundreds of thousands of different life origin auras. After everyone had memorized them, Fei Huang waved her hand, and a black lotus appeared in the sky and rapidly expanded. At the same time, the other 6 origin realm powerhouses also made their moves. A white-haired old man's forehead shone, and a large tree flew out and rapidly expanded. It became incomparably huge, and a single leaf was larger than a mountain. 3rd demon sword waved his hand, and a demon's sword floated in the air and rapidly expanded. The sword's body was like a continent. The other origin realm powerhouses also took out their treasures, and they all became incomparably huge. Come up, we'll take you into the Immortal City. Fei Huang's voice rang out. Chapter 4281. Let's go. Everyone flew into the air, flying towards the treasures the reciprocity experts had taken out. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Wan Shen, and the others all flew towards the black lotus Fei Huang had summoned, landing on one of its petals. The lotus was just too large. A single petal was like a continent. Very soon, the treasures of the 7 origin realm experts were filled with people. Rise! Fei Huang called out gently. The black lotus trembled slightly, and in the next moment, it directly vanished from where it was. It passed through space and flew towards the desolate universe. Origin realm experts were just too fast, so fast that it was indescribable. Greater shift, teleportation, and so on were nothing before the speed of origin realm experts. They traveled through space, and before long, they passed through the boundary between the ruins of the universe and the desolate universe, arriving in the desolate universe. Swish! Rivers of stars flashed past, and they arrived in the withered glory star domain very soon. Only now did they slow down. Look, is that the Taishang immortal city? Someone suddenly cried out. Actually, there was no need for a reminder. Everyone had seen it. A huge city hovered at an unknown distance in front of them. The city gave off a hazy glow, giving off a sense of holiness. They could see it from afar. The city was just too large, and some of the stars seemed extremely insignificant beside it. Traitors, how dare you try to encroach on the Taishang immortal city? You deserve to die. At this moment, a shout rang out from outer space, causing the entire region to violently tremble. A few stars in the surroundings were directly extinguished. Swish! Space ripped open, and a golden spear stabbed out, stabbing towards Lu Ming and the others. The spear was boundlessly large. Just the tip of the spear was as large as a star, and its length was immeasurable. Wherever the spear passed, everything was reduced to nothingness, reduced to chaos. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. This long spear gave people an incomparably terrifying feeling. It's an origin realm expert. Lu Ming's eyes rapidly narrowed. Speaking of which, Lu Ming had already witnessed 2 clashes between origin realm experts. The first time was when Fei Huang activated her sovereign's heart and fought against an elderly celestial from the illusory heavenly palace. The second time was in the prison of the heavenly palace, where the third demon's sword fought with a celestial lord from the heavenly palace. As a result, as soon as he sensed the terrifying presence, he knew it was a reciprocity expert. This was because only existences at reciprocity could give off such a terrifying presence. Fei Huang didn't move, nor did she attack. On the other side, the third demon's sword shouted. His body emitted a domineering aura. A beam of sword light soared into the sky, breaking into the vast starry sky of the universe, and slashed out. The sword light was vast, and it was not any smaller than the golden spear. The 2 attacks collided with a dang sound. Then, the golden spear quickly retracted. There was no earth-shattering shockwave. It was clear that both sides had condensed their strength to the extreme. There was a feeling of returning to the real world. When they collided, there was not the slightest bit of energy that spread out. At the same time, they held back a little when they fought. This was because existences at reciprocity were just too terrifying. If they used their full strength, they could destroy galaxies one after another. That would be an earth-shattering battle, and it would also be a great disaster. It would lead to endless slaughter. As a result, unless it was a battle of life and death, existences at reciprocity would usually hold back a little when they fought. This was unless it was under special circumstances. For example, last time in the prison of the heavenly palace, in the ruins of the universe, or in some desolate star regions. Rip! Space cracked open, and a figure appeared in the starry sky. This was a member of the heavenly human race, a very young member of the heavenly human race. He looked to be around 30 years old. He had a heroic appearance and a tall and sturdy figure. He wore a golden armor and held a golden spear in his hand. Of course, age could not be judged by appearance. This person was at reciprocity, so he was obviously not young. However, this person's age was definitely not too old. He was definitely much younger than the 2 celestial venerables from the heavenly palace that Lu Ming had seen last time. He pointed his spear at the third demon's sword and said coldly, "Third demon sword, I've defeated you before. You actually managed to escape this time. That's fine too. If I could take you down once, I can do it again. Yelu Xingxiang, if it weren't for the sneak attacks from your celestial clan, would you have been able to take me down? Today, I'll see what you think you are." The third demon's sword said coldly. With a wave of his hand, his black sword flew towards Fei Huang. The people on it all entered Fei Huang's black lotus. As for the third demon's sword, he took a step forward. With every step he took, a demon's sword appeared beneath his feet. Every step he took covered a distance of hundreds of millions of miles. Sword whistle, kill. The third devil's sword let out a long howl and opened its mouth to spit out a black river from its mouth. This river was formed by countless demon swords, and it rushed towards Yelushengxiang. It was obvious that the third demon's sword was stronger than when he first escaped. Obviously, he had recovered to his peak condition in the past few years. I could take you down in the past, and I can still do it now. Yelushengxiang snorted. His golden spear vibrated and turned into a dazzling spear light that pierced towards the third demon's sword. Clang! Clang! The two exchanged a few moves, but there was no clear winner. The two of them retreated and started fighting again. Their speed was too fast. In just a breath's time, they had exchanged more than 100 moves, but there was still no clear winner. Yelushengxiang, this is your strength? I haven't seen you for dozens of stellar years, but you haven't improved at all. I was trapped by you for dozens of stellar years, ha ha ha. In the battle, the third demon's sword laughed loudly, his laughter full of mockery. You're courting death. Yelushengxiang roared and his attacks became more violent. He wanted to take down the third demon's sword as soon as possible. The third demon's sword's words stung him. Indeed, the third demon's sword had been suppressed by the heavenly palace for many years. During this period, he couldn't cultivate. He had cultivated for dozens of stellar years more than the third demon's sword, but now he couldn't take down the third demon's sword. Didn't this prove that he was inferior to the third demon's sword? He couldn't accept it. The two fought crazily, tearing apart the void and fighting in the dark space. Let's go there first, Fei Huang said. Then, with the other experts, they continued to rush towards the Taishang Immortal City. Should we stop them? In the Taishang Immortal City, several heavenly venerables of the heavenly palace were discussing. It's useless. This time, there are several troublesome traitors. Our experts are pinned down by the universe ruins and dark space. Even if we take action, we can't stop them. Another heavenly venerate said. Are we just going to let them send people into the Taishang Immortal City? A hot-tempered heavenly venerate snorted, very unhappy. Chapter 4282. So what if we let them enter the Taishang Immortal City? We just have to follow the plan. Even if they enter the Taishang Immortal City, they will only be hunted down by our people. After this battle, it's not a bad thing to let the rebels lose their middle strength. A heavenly venerate who looked more experienced and astute said. That's right. After getting rid of the rebels, these people who entered the Taishang Immortal City this time will have no successors. Let's see how they will fight against us in the future. Another heavenly venerate said coldly. Therefore, they didn't stop Fei Huang and the others. Fei Huang and the others smoothly entered the area covered by the light of the Taishang Immortal City. As soon as they entered the area, their power seemed to be sealed and they couldn't use it. Even Lu Ming's forbidden power was sealed. This made Lu Ming secretly shocked. The Taishang Immortal City was indeed a remnant of the last era. It was really mysterious and unpredictable. Just a ray of light was enough to seal his forbidden power. It was obvious how extraordinary it was. This power is indeed different from the power cultivated in the Eldritch universe now. Lu Ming secretly felt the light emitted by the Taishang Immortal City and sighed in his heart. Then, he looked at the incomparably huge door in front of him. Yes, it's this city. Little Qing entered through this gate. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. That's right. The last time he saw Xian Yanqing being sucked away, it was this city and this door. At this moment, the stairs below the door were already densely packed with people rushing up the stairs to the door. The Taishang Immortal City was open. Countless geniuses and people in their prime under the control of the heavenly palace rushed up the stairs to the door. Some people had already rushed into the door and disappeared. Lu Ming and the others' arrival attracted a lot of attention. Cold gazes swept over Lu Ming and the others, full of murderous intent. The rebels are indeed here. Good, we'll kill to our heart's content. The people of the heavenly human tribe and many other races looked at Lu Ming and the others with cold murderous intent in their eyes. In their eyes, the lives of Lu Ming and the others were the shortcut for them to rise to the top. That's Mu Yun. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. Mu Yun? Where is he? Over there, I see him. All eyes fell on Lu Ming and Lu Ming at the same time. At least a few tens of millions of eyes were burning, desire, greed, and strong murderous intent, as if they wanted to burn Lu Ming to ashes. Sure enough, it's Mu Yun. He's just a divine emperor. He's mine. Will to be. To. Control, control, control. Countless eyes looked at Lu Ming as if they were looking at a peerless treasure. If it weren't for the suppression of the Taishang immortal city, some people would have rushed forward. Son of heaven or daughter of heaven. What kind of temptation was that? It was worth risking their lives for this goal. Looks like I'm very popular. Lu Ming smiled and looked very calm. It wasn't the first time he was targeted, so it didn't matter. He didn't mind sending those who wanted to die. Mu Yun. At this time, a loud shout was heard and a figure walked out of the crowd. The person was wearing a white robe and was very handsome. There were 12 white wings on his back. It's Gabbert. I heard that Gabbert and Mu Yun have a 1,000-year agreement. Suddenly, people started to talk about it. Lu Ming heard what they said. Gabbert? Lu Ming whispered as a wisp of killing intent burst out of his eyes. Mu Yun, you came at the right time. Didn't you want to challenge me back then? I'll wait for your challenge in the Taishang immortal city. Gabbert said. The reason why he jumped out in a hurry and mentioned the battle back then was that he was afraid that Lu Ming would be snatched away by others. Of course, even if he mentioned it, others would attack without hesitation after seeing Lu Ming. I will kill you in the Taishang immortal city. Lu Ming's answer was very simple. He, is that so? I hope you can live to see me. Gabbert smiled coldly and then didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked towards the stairs under the gate. The stairs were very large and the gate was also very large. On the stairs, a dense crowd was constantly rushing into the gate. Not long after, hundreds of millions of people rushed into the gate and disappeared. You guys should also set off. Fei Huang said to Lu Ming and the others. Let's go. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Wan Shen and the others jumped down from the Black Lotus and rushed towards the stairs. There were a few heavenly venerables from the heavenly palace here, but they didn't stop them. Here, their cultivation was suppressed and they couldn't do anything. They could only watch as Lu Ming and the others walked towards the gate. Hundreds of thousands of people followed the stairs and rushed towards the gate. There were Divine Lord Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Divine Lord Realm and Divine Lord Realm. No matter what realm one was in, after stepping through the gate, they would automatically be divided into different levels according to their realm. Those in the Divine Emperor realm and below would automatically enter the first level. Those in the Divine Emperor realm would enter the second level. Those in the Divine Lord realm would enter the third level. Soon, Lu Ming, Autumn Moon and the others stepped onto the stairs and arrived at the gate. Young master, you must be careful. Autumn Moon warned, her eyes filled with worry. Autumn Moon, Wan Shen and the others were all in the Divine Emperor realm. After entering the Taishang immortal city, they would enter the second level. Lu Ming was only in the Divine Emperor realm. After entering, he would appear at the first level. Don't worry, they can't do anything to me. You guys have to be careful. I'll find you at the second level soon. Lu Ming said. Young master, we'll meet at the second level. Autumn Moon nodded. Lu Ming, quickly come to the second level. Let's kill until those in the heavenly palace tremble in fear. Haha. Wan Shen laughed and patted Lu Ming's shoulder. Let's go. Lu Ming said. Then, he walked side by side with Autumn Moon and the others and stepped through the gate. With a flash of light, Lu Ming and the others disappeared through the gate. Lu Ming felt like he had passed through a wormhole. In the next moment, he found himself in a forest. He looked around and saw that there were huge trees around him. Some of them were as thick as mountains and had strong vitality. Swoosh! Lu Ming soared into the sky and stood in the air. However, his expression changed immediately. This place gave him a feeling of being as heavy as a mountain. It was completely different from the chaotic universe. With Lu Ming's cultivation, every move he made in the chaotic universe could shatter the void. He could leap across countless stars with a single step. However, he felt an ancient aura here. It was extremely heavy and pressed down on him. It was the same feeling he had when he first entered the chaotic universe. Chapter 4283. Yes, it was the same feeling he had when he had just entered the primitive universe. According to Senior Fei Huang, the environment in the Grand Supreme Immortal City is very likely similar to the Great Desolate Continent of the previous era. It is of a higher level than the current Great Desolate Universe. Many thoughts flashed across Lu Ming's mind. In this place, his speed, destructive power, and so on were many times weaker. Let's try the weapons. Lu Ming tried to control the mysterious ice rod and the zephyr pearl, but he gave up after a while. Because he couldn't control them. Senior Fei Huang said that the Taishang Celestial City inherited the rules and ultimacies of the universe from the last era. It is completely different from the current primitive universe. In the Taishang Celestial City, all the weapons and seals brought in will lose their effects. Lu Ming nodded and muttered to himself. The rules of the Taishang Immortal City were different from the primitive universe. It was completely isolated from the primitive universe. Therefore, the weapons and talismans outside were useless. It was different from the ruins of the universe. Even though the ruins of the universe were from the last era, they were connected to the primitive universe. After crossing the border of the primitive universe, one would enter the ruins of the universe. After so many years, the rules of the universe were gradually connected. Therefore, the weapons and talismans could be used in the ruins of the universe. In the Taishang Immortal City, those things couldn't be used. One could only rely on one's own strength. The environment of each floor of the Taishang Immortal City is different. The opportunities on each floor are also different. There are many treasures on the first floor that can quickly increase the strength of a divine emperor. However, I don't need them now. I need to find my own path and break through to the divine emperor realm. My main goal now is to find the Bodhi tree stump. Lu Ming knew what he needed to do next. The other divine emperors and divine emperors who entered the first floor were frantically looking for treasures to increase their cultivation. However, he didn't need them. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th divine emperor layer. Refining treasures was useless. He needed to find his own path and break through to the divine emperor realm. There was one place on the first floor that could help him, the Bodhi tree stump. Sitting on the Bodhi tree stump could greatly help one comprehend all kinds of secret techniques. I don't know where I am right now. Let's look around first. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. At the same time, a map appeared in his mind. 60 stellar years ago, Fei Huang and the others had entered the highest supreme immortal city. At the beginning, they were also on the first level. Fei Huang had explored many places in the first level. She had drawn a map of the places she had explored, recorded it in the jade talisman, and gave it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was now looking for the Bodhi tree stump according to the map given by Fei Huang. What rich life essence! Lu Ming, who was flying, suddenly had a change of expression and descended. On a cliff, there was a stalk of grass that emitted an extremely rich life essence. A heavenly treasure. I'll keep it for now. I won't be able to use it, but I can give it to others in the future. Lu Ming pondered and flew over. He plucked the stalk of grass and put it away. Lu Ming continued to fly. Along the way, Lu Ming saw more than 10 stalks of various herbs. Each stalk emitted an extremely rich life essence. Lu Ming unceremoniously put them all away. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. So it's in this area. There's still a long way to go to the Bodhi tree stump. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. After many comparisons, he finally figured out where he was. The highest supreme immortal city was incomparably huge. The 3 levels inside were even more vast and boundless. He was still very far away from the Bodhi tree stump. In addition, this place severely affected his flying speed. Lu Ming estimated that he would need at least half a month to fly to the area where the Bodhi tree stump was. However, the highest supreme immortal city would be open for 1,000 years. Half a month was not considered long. However, Lu Ming did not want to waste time. The cultivation environment in the highest supreme immortal city was too good. Everyone was crazily improving. If he wasted too much time, it would be difficult for him to catch up with the others. He had to break through to the celestial arch realm in the shortest time possible and then enter the second level. If he wasted too much time, those who had entered the second level would improve every day. It would be even more difficult for him to enter the second level in the future. Moreover, most of his time would be spent on the origin source seed. Therefore, even if Lu Ming found any treasures later on, he would be too lazy to pick them to avoid wasting time. He flew with all his might in the direction of the Bodhi tree stump. People from the heavenly palace. Suddenly, Lu Ming noticed 2 figures to the side. It was obvious that they were from the heavenly palace. He remembered all the people from the Heaven Destroyer. 2 people from the heavenly palace. One was young, and the other looked to be in his 30s. Both of them were staring at Lu Ming with murderous intent. When they saw that Lu Ming was looking at them, their expressions changed and they quickly retreated. They didn't dare attack. On the first level, people who were at or below the Godly Emperor layer were also at the Godly Emperor layer. Of course, they didn't dare attack Lu Ming. You're lucky. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. He didn't chase them and continued flying. But on the way, from time to time, he would see people from the heavenly palace. There were also people from the heavenly human clan. Those people stayed far away from Lu Ming. When Lu Ming saw them, they would quickly leave. Nobody attacked him. Are you watching me? Lu Ming smiled. He didn't care. On the first level, the strongest cultivator was only at the 9th Godly Emperor layer. His cultivation level had already reached the peak of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. He was at the top of the first level. Who would he be afraid of? He wasn't afraid of anyone. So what if they were watching him? He didn't care. He just wanted to get to the Bodhi tree stump as quickly as possible. Very quickly, 3 days passed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, a large number of people appeared in front of Lu Ming. There were at least 100 of them, blocking Lu Ming's way. You're finally here? All right, I'll send you to hell, whispered Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Needless to say, those people were from the heavenly palace. Among them, there were 30 people from the heavenly human clan. The rest were from other clans. Some of them were young, while others were in their prime. The only thing they had in common was their chi. They were all cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Indeed, those people were all cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Apparently, they knew that Lu Ming's combat power was very strong. Therefore, they had sent geniuses who were at the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm and had powerful combat power. Mu Yun, your life is mine. In the crowd, a golden-haired young man sneered. His gaze was gloomy and fiery as he stared at Lu Ming. Chapter 4284. Lu Ming glanced at the man. Apparently, the young man was the leader of the heavenly human tribe, and the others were surrounding him like stars surrounding the moon. Beside the young man, there was an old acquaintance of Lu Ming. Yi Yu. Yi Yu was a peerless genius of the heavenly human tribe, and he was standing beside the young man. It could be seen how extraordinary this young man was. Yi Yu, I heard that you were defeated by this kid? The young man in the lead laughed and said to Yi Yu. Yi Yu's face was ugly as he stared at Lu Ming, wishing he could crush Lu Ming into ashes. Yi Chu Fengcheng, don't underestimate Mu Yun. His combat strength is extremely shocking. Yi Yu reminded. I won't do it myself. The young man in the lead, named Yi Chu Fengcheng, laughed and then looked at Lu Ming greedily. Attack, attack together, don't let this kid escape. Then, Yi Chu Fengqing gave the order. Kill. Kill, this kid is mine. As soon as Yi Chu Fengqing's voice fell, hundreds of experts rushed toward Lu Ming. The combat strength of these people was extremely shocking, including those in the prime of their lives. Their combat strength was far beyond their peers, and the power of hundreds of people attacking together was terrifying. After the hundreds of people attacked, Yi Chu Fengqing, Yi Yu, and a few other top geniuses of the heavenly human tribe also attacked. They mixed in the crowd and launched their strongest attacks. Do you think I'll escape? Lu Ming had a contemptuous smile at the corner of his mouth. Would he escape in a battle of the same level? What a joke. Boom. Lu Ming's body emitted a dazzling light, like a burning flame, and many secret techniques were activated at the same time. Lu Ming threw out a few punches in succession, and a few fist forces rushed out. Wherever they passed, all the attacks were instantly destroyed, and the fist forces did not stop and continued to attack those people. Bam! 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 Wherever the fist forces passed, those people exploded one by one. At least 30 people were killed by Lu Ming in a breath's time. Unstoppable, truly unstoppable. These so-called geniuses were completely unable to withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. The others sucked in a breath of cold air. Their bodies tensed up as they crazily erupted with power. However, this time, he didn't attack Lu Ming. Instead, he retreated. They had never imagined that Lu Ming's battle prowess would actually be this powerful. It was truly too terrifying. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. His body instantly rushed forward and blasted out a few more punches. This time, the target was Yi Chu, Fengqing, Yi Yu, and the other top geniuses. The space here was extremely stable, and it was difficult to tear it apart. In this way, the friction between the fist force and the space caused a terrifying explosion, and it looked even more shocking. Even before the fist energy arrived, the terrifying energy had already caused Yi Chu, Fengqing, and the others to be unable to breathe properly. Not good. At this moment, Yi Chu, Fengqing, and the others' hearts were trembling. In that instant, Yi Chu Fengqing knew that he was definitely no match for Lu Ming. At this moment, he felt a fatal crisis. Heavenly punishment. Yi Chu Fengqing roared. A sword light condensed in his hand. This sword light was formed by one of the 4 strongest heavenly forces, the heavenly punishment power. And judging by the level of its power, it was much more powerful than Yi Yu's heavenly punishment power. This person is able to fight across about 7 levels in the Divine Emperor realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the Divine Emperor realm, to be able to fight someone who was 7 levels higher than him was definitely a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters. Even Yi Yu could only fight across 6 levels. Apart from the heavenly human tribe, the strongest race in the universe that Lu Ming had seen could only fight across 5 levels. If he had encountered others at the same level, no one would be a match for Yi Chu Fengqing. Unfortunately, he had encountered Lu Ming, so he had to fight with his life. Heavenly punishment. Heavenly punishment. Yi Yu and the other top geniuses also roared and used the 4 strongest heavenly forces. Although their control was far inferior to Yi Chu Fengqing's, they still had the ability to fight across 6 levels. A total of 5 top heavenly human tribe geniuses used the strongest heavenly forces, hoping to block Lu Ming's attack. Boom! Boom! Everything in the Taishang Immortal City was too stable. Even with their destructive power, they could only create a 12-meter wide pit. Then, the 5 figures retreated rapidly. It was Yi Chu Fengqing and the other 4. Their bodies were pushed back tens of thousands of meters. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and their faces were pale. They had already been severely injured by the previous attack. Even the strongest heavenly forces were instantly defeated by Lu Ming. You're not dead. Looks like I'll have to use my full strength. Lu Ming mumbled. Every cell in his body trembled slightly. More secret skills and forbidden energy burst out. Lu Ming pushed his combat strength to the extreme. He had not used his full strength before. Otherwise, Yichu Fengcheng and the others would not have just been injured. Set up the array, set up the array. At this moment, Yichu Fengcheng screamed crazily. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with fear. He was really scared. He rarely felt scared when fighting against people of the same level, but he was really scared now. He was afraid of being killed by Lu Ming. Whoosh! 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 The heavenly human tribe members gathered around Yichu Fengcheng and Yiyu. There were originally more than 30 heavenly human tribe members. A few of them were killed by Lu Ming, so there were still 29 of them left. The 29 heavenly human tribe members gathered together and their auras formed a resonance. Their auras intertwined and formed a huge figure. Array. Is this an array unique to the heavenly human tribe? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Obviously, the people of the other tribes did not participate in setting up the array. This was obviously an array unique to the heavenly human tribe and was related to their bloodline. Then let me see what's so special about the heavenly human tribe's array. Lu Ming shouted softly and took a step forward. He was like an ancient giant beast walking. With every step he took, there was an explosion in the void. At the same time, Lu Ming clenched his fist and a long spear condensed in the void. This was one of the 3,000 ancient secret skills, the Great Divine Spear Art. The Great Divine Spear Art was formed by the forbidden energy. It contained many ancient secret skills such as the Great Art of Destruction, the Great Art of Aurora, and the Great Art of Shattering. Boom! The long spear became incomparably huge and then stabbed toward Yichu Fengcheng and the others. Kill! Yichu Fengcheng roared. He was the core of the array and activated it with all his might. They condensed into a huge figure. It looked like a huge heavenly human. It held a golden battle sword in its hand and slashed violently at Lu Ming. Clang! The attacks of the two sides collided and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Countless forces rushed in all directions. In the violent shock wave, Lu Ming's body swayed and he took a few steps back. However, Yichu Fengcheng and the others also retreated. Chapter 4285. Yichu Fengcheng and the others retreated at the same time as Lu Ming. They were on par with each other. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. After the heavenly human tribesmen joined forces to set up the array, their combat strength had indeed soared. Lu Ming had already pushed his combat strength to the extreme, reaching the level where he could fight across 9 levels, but he was still blocked by his opponents. Lu Ming was surprised, but he did not know that Yichu Fengcheng and the others were even more shocked. They were well aware of how extraordinary the array they had set up was. However, they could not do anything to Lu Ming. Is this the forbidden body? His combat strength is indeed terrifying. Some people's hearts trembled, feeling envy, jealousy, and hatred. Mu Yun's forbidden body was not a secret. Many top geniuses in the heavenly palace knew about it, but few knew that Lu Ming and Mu Yun were the same person. Let us break your array. Lu Ming said and continued to step forward. He swept out his long spear and attacked Yichu Fengcheng and the others. Attack! Yichu Fengcheng shouted. They continued to control the array and fought Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Next, they continued to attack. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 blows, but there was no clear winner. During this time, Lu Ming tried to use the battle formula, but it was a pity that he could not increase his combat strength. The limit of the Divine Emperor realm was that he could only fight across 9 levels. No matter how many tricks he had, he could not surpass that limit. Now, Lu Ming did not need to activate the fight formula to reach the level where he could fight across 9 levels. After activating the fight formula, his combat ability would not increase. Fighting across 9 levels is the limit of the Divine Emperor realm. When I reach the Divine Emperor realm, this limit will be lifted. I must reach the Divine Emperor realm as soon as possible, Lu Ming murmured to himself. The limit of fighting across 9 levels was only for the Divine Emperor realm. Once he reached the Divine Emperor realm, this limit would disappear and his combat strength would be even stronger. The two sides continued to fight. Those who were not from the heavenly human tribe had long left, as they knew that this was not something they could interfere with. The two sides exchanged more than 100 blows, but there was no clear winner. Retreat. At this time, Yichu Fengqing roared, giving the order to retreat. He felt extremely aggrieved in his heart, but he had no choice. That was because he was already injured. Although he had set up a formation and its power had increased greatly, if the battle continued for a long time, it would be very disadvantageous for them. If their injuries were not healed for a long time, it might affect their foundation. Therefore, he decided to temporarily retreat. Go! The 29 heavenly human tribe powerful beings slowly retreated while maintaining the spell formation. Retreated? Didn't you want to kill me? Is that all you've got? Lu Ming sneered, a look of great disappointment on his face. Yi Chu, Fengqing, Yi Yu, and the others nearly vomited blood. Their faces were ashen, but there was nothing they could do to Lu Ming, so they could only retreat. Brat, just you wait. It won't be long before I bring your head back. I will step over your corpse to become the son of heaven. Yichu Fengqing roared in his heart as he continued to maintain his retreating posture. Lu Ming gave chase for a while and then stopped. He did not continue the chase. This was because he could not do anything to them if he continued to chase. After the formation was set up, their combat strength was not weaker than his. Moreover, he did not want to waste time. He wanted to get to the Bodhi tree stump as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, Yichu Fengqing and the others disappeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to fly in the direction of the Bodhi tree stump. In another direction, Yichu Fengqing and the others flew continuously for a few million miles before stopping. Damn Mu Yun, you despicable bastard, I will tear you to pieces, Yichu Fengqing kept roaring in his heart, his eyes were extremely ferocious. Yichu Fengqing, what should we do now? Yi Yu asked. Yichu Fengqing's talent was stronger than his, and his status in the heavenly human tribe was also higher than his. Therefore, for Yichu Fengqing's face, he had to pretend to ask Yichu Fengqing. Even though he already had an idea in his heart. Send someone to secretly observe Mu Yun's movements. As for us, look for natural treasures and break through to the Emperor God realm as soon as possible. Mu Yun will definitely die then. Yichu Fengqing said coldly. Although he was furious, he did not lose his composure. He already had a plan in his heart. This is the only way now. Yi Yu nodded. Yichu Fengqing's plan was the same as his. There were many natural treasures in the Taishang Immortal City, many of which were very useful to them. Their cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th Divine Emperor realm, and they were not too far away from the Emperor God realm. As long as they combined the natural treasures here, they would be able to quickly break through the bottleneck and reach the Emperor God realm. Once they reached the Emperor God realm, it would be easy to kill Mu Yun. Immediately, they began to prepare to break through to the Emperor God realm. Lu Ming continued to fly toward the Bodhi tree stump. After that, nothing unexpected happened. With Lu Ming's fighting strength, he was not afraid of anyone on the first floor. Although there were many people under the control of the Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Palace, Lu Ming had encountered many people along the way. These people all wanted to kill Lu Ming and become the son or daughter of Heavenly Palace. Many people also tried to kill him and used all kinds of methods. However, Lu Ming defeated all of them quickly and killed them. Along the way, he had encountered 6 assassination attempts and 5 encirclements. Lu Ming had defeated all of them. In total, more than 209th Divine Emperor realm cultivators had died at Lu Ming's hands. Of course, there were no geniuses like Yi Yu. Because of the encirclement, Lu Ming had been delayed for a while. He arrived at the Bodhi tree stump 2 days later than he had expected. That's the Bodhi tree stump. It's too big, isn't it? Lu Ming looked to the front and could not help widening his eyes in shock. There was indeed a tree stump in front of him. However, it was too big. It stood on the ground like a continent. The tree roots were like incomparably huge mountain ranges. They were rooted in the ground like gods lying there. Even from a distance, he could feel an ancient and desolate chi. It was as if an invincible being was sitting there cross-legged. Lu Ming saw that there were already some people sitting cross-legged on the ordinary tree stump. They seemed to be comprehending something. Lu Ming flew over. When he got closer, he realized that the Bodhi tree stump was too big. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror. This should have been a complete Bodhi tree. It seems to have been cut down by someone, Lu Ming guessed. Lu Ming landed on the Bodhi tree stump and saw another shocking scene. In the center of the Bodhi tree stump, there was a figure sitting cross-legged there. Most importantly, this figure was not real. It seemed to be illusory. It was faintly discernible. His hair was disheveled and he was extremely huge. Just sitting there, he was 10,000 zhang tall and emitted an incomparably powerful qi. Chapter 4286. The towering figure at the center of the Bodhi tree stump exuded a powerful and ancient aura. It was as if it had traveled through time to appear there. It's just a shadow. Is it an expert from the last era? Did he leave a mark here? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. It had been a long time since the last era. It was unimaginably long. If it was really a mark left behind by an expert from the previous era who had comprehended the Tao here, then the cultivation of the owner of the mark would be unimaginably high. Lu Ming's arrival immediately attracted the attention of those who had been cultivating on the Bodhi tree stump. There were about 100 people. These people cast their gazes toward Lu Ming. It's him, Mu Yun. It's Mu Yun. Very good. Without exception, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. If they killed Lu Ming, they would be crowned as the son of heaven or the daughter of heaven. That was too tempting. Even though many people knew that Lu Ming was powerful, they still couldn't control their greed. Die. Some people's eyes were bloodshot as if they had lost their minds due to greed. They directly charged at Lu Ming. Swoosh. 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 When one person acted, the others followed suit. Only a few people were rational and didn't rush to act. The others all charged at Lu Ming. We were cultivating on our own. Unfortunately, you want to die. I have no choice but to fulfill your wish. Lu Ming whispered. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward. His body was like a beam of light as he charged at a young genius. Fast, too fast. Lu Ming's body flashed like a beam of light. Then, blood splattered everywhere. The young genius of the 9th godly emperor layer was beheaded. His eyes were wide open. He couldn't accept it. He was a peerless genius, one of the candidates for the Universe Young Geniuses list. He had a chance to compete for the Universe Young Geniuses list in the future. Yet, he had been killed just like that. His lofty aspirations instantly vanished into thin air. Lu Ming didn't care that he had just killed one of the candidates for the Universe Genius list. In fact, he had already killed more than 10 geniuses of this level along the way. After killing this person, Lu Ming's figure did not stop at all. He continued to kill other people. On the Bodhi tree stump, an aurora flashed incessantly. Every time it flashed, it meant that someone had been killed. In a breath's time, Lu Ming had attacked more than 50 times. More than 50 experts had fallen at Lu Ming's hands. This time, the others finally calmed down. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over their heads, extinguishing the flames of greed in their hearts. This person is too strong, retreat quickly. This person is a demon. The remaining people retreated frantically, not daring to attack Lu Ming. Although the position of son of heaven or daughter of heaven was very tempting, the difference between them and Lu Ming was too great. Going up was just throwing away their lives. What was the use of status if they lost their lives? The dozen or so people who hadn't attacked were also sweating profusely. They secretly rejoiced that they hadn't attacked just now. Otherwise, they would have been the ones to die. In the blink of an eye, those who had attacked just now all fled. Only the dozen or so people who hadn't attacked were left. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the dozen or so people like lightning. He said in a cold voice, "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram." The dozen or so people's expressions changed. "Mu Yun, this Bodhi tree stump is so big that it's enough for tens of thousands of people to comprehend at the same time. Aren't you being too overbearing by chasing us away and monopolizing this place?" A burly man shouted. "That's right, you can't be too overbearing." Another young man also shouted. 3. Lu Ming counted down coldly. The dozen or so people's expressions turned even uglier. "Mu Yun, don't go too far." Someone shouted. "So what if I go too far? Those who want to die can stay." 2. Lu Ming continued to count down. These people were ridiculous. They had clearly revealed their killing intent and wanted to attack Lu Ming. However, they were a little more cautious and deliberately delayed their attacks. Did they think that Lu Ming couldn't see through them? Lu Ming was already being merciful by chasing them away instead of killing them directly. "Let's go." Seeing that Lu Ming was about to count to 1, these people didn't dare to stay any longer. They rushed in all directions and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After these people left, Lu Ming's gaze turned to the figure in the center of the Bodhi tree stump. Then, he stepped forward and walked toward the figure. The figure looked like a middle-aged man in his 50s. His hair was disheveled and he sat there as if he was comprehending some kind of great Tao. His figure was faintly discernible and there was a mysterious aura coming from him. Lu Ming seemed to be fascinated and kept walking toward the figure. Slowly, Lu Ming approached the figure and then sat down cross-legged next to the figure. In an instant, Lu Ming felt that he had fallen into a strange state. At this moment it was as if the great Tao of the world had taken the initiative to appear in his mind. Lu Ming immediately figured out many problems that he couldn't figure out. This feeling was very similar to the feeling that the primordial divine voice gave him, but there were also some differences. Under the influence of the primordial divine voice, one would comprehend all kinds of secret techniques very quickly. However, in this place, not only could it help one comprehend secret techniques, it could also help one comprehend the great Tao. In Lu Ming's mind, his past experiences and all the magical powers and secret skills that he had cultivated in the past flashed across his mind. Then, they gradually faded and became blurry. Afterward, a mysterious feeling rose again. Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but beat faster. He knew that this mysterious feeling was very likely the path that he wanted to take. It was his unique path. As long as he grasped it and comprehended it, he would be able to walk his own path, break through the bottleneck, and become an emperor god. He wanted to grasp it, but it was just a mysterious feeling. It was like a dream. He couldn't grasp it no matter how hard he tried. Lu Ming knew that he couldn't rush it. To be able to find this feeling so quickly was already a huge improvement. This feeling was similar to inspiration. In other places, no matter how hard one tried, no matter how much time one spent, it would be difficult to find such inspiration. But here, he was able to find it in an instant. This showed how mysterious the Bodhi tree stump was. Lu Ming knew that he couldn't rush it. As long as he grasped this feeling and slowly comprehended it, he would eventually be able to see the clear sky. Lu Ming calmed down and meditated. Time flew by. Soon, a year had passed. During this year, there were naturally people who came and saw Lu Ming. When these people saw that Lu Ming was cultivating, they naturally wanted to kill Lu Ming. However, they couldn't get close to Lu Ming at all. Before they could get close to Lu Ming, they were suppressed by the aura emitted by the figure in the center of the Bodhi tree stump. Moreover, Lu Ming also paid attention to the situation outside. These people naturally couldn't deal with Lu Ming. Chapter 4287. After a year of cultivation, Lu Ming had made great progress. Initially, he only had a mysterious feeling about the path that he wanted to take. It was as if there were layers of fog in front of him, blocking his eyes and making it difficult for him to see the truth. But now, after a year of cultivation, Lu Ming had already peeled away some of these layers of fog. The path ahead was much clearer. As long as he was given some time, he would definitely be able to comprehend his own secret skill and walk his own path. During that time, many of the geniuses who had come from the outside had made great progress. Especially those who had the strength of the top of the 9th godly emperor layer. After entering the supreme celestial city, they had used the treasures there to advance by leaps and bounds. Many of them had broken through to the great supreme god layer. For example, Yi Chu Fengcheng, Yi Yu, and the others. A powerful qi emerged from a tall mountain. A silhouette rose up in the air, his golden hair fluttering in the wind. It was Yi Chu Fengcheng. At that moment, his qi was many times stronger than before. His strength dashed to the skies. It was terrifying. He had broken through to the first great supreme god layer. I finally broke through to the first great supreme god layer. Mu Yun, let's see how you'll die this time. Shouted Yi Chu Fengcheng furiously. His eyes were filled with murder. Congratulations, Prince Fengcheng, you've broken through to the great supreme god layer. You'll soon become the son of heaven. A few burly heavenly human tribe cultivators flew over and bowed respectfully. At the same time, they also began to flatter him. Yi Chu Fengcheng smiled and said, I want you to pay attention to Mu Yun's whereabouts. Do you have any news? Yes, Mu Yun has been practicing cultivation at the Bodhi tree for the past year. Replied a strong man. He hasn't broken through, right? Asked Yi Chu Fengcheng. No, he hasn't done anything. Replied a strong man. Very good. I've heard that it's extremely difficult to break through to the next great supreme god layer. That little boy must have reached a bottleneck. Yi Yu and the others are about to break through to the next great supreme god layer. When they break through to the next great supreme god layer, we'll kill Mu Yun together and let him live for a few more days. Said Yi Chu Fengcheng coldly. In the last battle, he had been beaten up by Lu Ming to the point that he was a little scared. He had no confidence in himself. Even though he had broken through, he still didn't dare to charge over alone. He wanted to wait for the others to break through to the God Emperor realm before charging over together. That way, if anything were to happen, they would be able to set up an array formation and be in an invincible position. A large number of heavenly humans and heavenly palace geniuses had gathered in this area, as well as some heavenly soldiers. Every few days, someone would break through to the God Emperor realm. 3 months later, more than 60 of them had broken through to the Emperor God realm. As for the others, they failed to break through. One had to admit that the environment of the Supreme Immortal City was simply too good. If they were outside, it would be impossible for so many of them to break through to the God Emperor realm. Even if these people were all geniuses, their breakthroughs shouldn't have been that high. It wasn't easy to break through to the great Supreme God layer. Most people were stuck at the top of the 9th godly emperor layer. Therefore, when the Grand Supreme Immortal City appeared, it shook the entire primitive universe. Almost all the geniuses had entered. If they didn't enter the Grand Supreme Immortal City, their cultivation would be surpassed by others. It would be difficult for them to catch up. More than 60 people had broken through to the God Emperor realm. This made Yi Chu Fengcheng very confident. Let's go to the Bodhi tree stump. Kill Mu Yun, then break through the void and enter the second level. Yi Chu Fengcheng gave the order. In the first level, Yi Chu Fengcheng had the highest status in the heavenly palace. Naturally, the others listened to him. A group of people flew toward the Bodhi tree stump in a mighty manner. More than 10 days later, they arrived at the Bodhi tree stump. Mu Yun, that brat, is really here. Yi Chu Fengcheng looked at the Bodhi tree stump with cold killing intent in his eyes. The others were the same. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they looked at Lu Ming as if he was a precious treasure. These guys are here. Lu Ming was cultivating on the Bodhi tree stump, but he could still sense Yi Chu Fengcheng and the others' arrival. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. This was the crucial period of his cultivation. The fog in front of him was getting thinner and thinner. He was also getting clearer of the path he had to take. But he was still a little bit away from completely breaking through. Yichu Fengcheng and the others had come at the wrong time. Forget it. Continue cultivating. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he continued to comprehend. At the same time, all kinds of defensive ancient secret techniques were activated. For example, the Great Defense Technique, layers of light shields, and tortoise shells appeared and enveloped Lu Ming. So what if you have a good defense? You're still going to die. Let's attack together and kill Mu Yun. Yichu Fengcheng's cold voice sounded as he rushed toward the Bodhi tree stump. The others followed closely behind Yichu Fengcheng. They flew up the Bodhi tree stump and rushed toward Lu Ming. Whoosh! 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 Before they arrived, attacks were already flying toward Lu Ming. However, the figure in the center of the Bodhi tree stump was emitting a mysterious aura. Before these attacks could reach Lu Ming, they automatically dissipated upon contact with the aura emitted by the figure. How is this possible? Could this figure be left behind from the last era? Yichu Fengcheng was shocked. A figure left behind from the last era. I don't know how long it has been dead. How dare you try to stop me? Heavenly punishment, break. Yichu Fengcheng shouted and activated the heavenly punishment. A sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. However, the situation was the same as before. Before the sword gleam condensed by the power of heavenly punishment could get close to Lu Ming, it was melted by the aura emitted by the figure and disappeared without a trace. It was like a drop of water falling into the sea, without causing any ripples. How is this possible? How can one of the strongest heavenly energy of my clan be dissolved so easily? Yichu Fengcheng shouted in disbelief. He found it hard to accept the situation. The power of the heavenly punishment was one of the 4 strongest powers of the heavenly human tribe. It was invincible and there was nothing it could not destroy. However, before it could even get close, it had been dissolved. This was a huge blow to his confidence. Heavenly punishment. Heavenly annihilation. On the side, Yichu Fengcheng and the others did not believe it and also attacked. The heavenly punishment and heavenly annihilation blasted toward Lu Ming. However, the result was the same as Yichu Fengcheng. Before they could get close to Lu Ming, they automatically dissolved. This was a huge blow to the people of the heavenly human tribe. This was the strongest force of the heavenly human tribe. How could it be so useless? The cultivation of the owner of this figure is too strong. That's why he can dissolve our power. It's not that our clan's supreme power is too weak. Since our attacks can't get close, we'll go over personally and close the distance. Yichu Fengcheng was a peerless genius after all. He quickly calmed down and gave the order. Chapter 4288. Yichu Fengcheng and the others stopped attacking Lu Ming. Instead, they rushed towards Lu Ming. They wanted to close the distance between them and attack again. More than 60 people rushed towards Lu Ming. They were all experts who had broken through to the Emperor God realm. However, when they were a certain distance away from Lu Ming, they felt a pressure. This pressure came from the figure under the Bodhi tree. This pressure caused the speed of these people to slow down. Continue. Yichu Fengcheng shouted and continued to rush towards Lu Ming. However, although these people had reached the first layer of the Emperor God realm, their strength differed. For example, when they were in the Divine Emperor realm, the weakest could only fight across 2 levels. The strongest, Yichu Fengcheng, could fight across 7 levels. The difference in strength was huge. Therefore, some of the weaker ones slowed down the most. They were already struggling. However, Yichu Fengcheng and the others were not affected. They were still very fast. As the crowd moved forward, the difference in strength became more obvious. The weaker ones became slower and slower. In the end, some of them stopped and could not move forward. Slowly, only a few people continued to move forward. After a few minutes, only 5 people were still able to move forward. These 5 people were Yichu Fengcheng, Yichu Yu, and the other strongest geniuses of the heavenly human tribe. When they were in the Divine Emperor realm, they could fight across 6 levels. Although they were under great pressure, they could still bear it. They kept moving forward. Soon, they were less than 10 meters away from Lu Ming. This distance was already within the range of Lu Ming's defense. Mu Yun, die! Yichu Fengqing shouted and attacked aggressively. The power of the heavenly punishment was aimed at Lu Ming. At the same time, Yichu and the other three also attacked. They were all using the strongest heavenly punishment. The terrifying attack whistled and rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not fight back. It was a crucial moment for him to cultivate. Come, let me borrow your attack and your threat to break through in one fell swoop, Lu Ming roared in his heart, his eyes revealing a ferocious look. Yichu, Fengqing, and the others had already reached the God Emperor realm. Their battle prowess had increased tremendously, and they posed a fatal threat to Lu Ming. Their combat strength was enough to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted to borrow the threat of others to stimulate his own potential. Then, with the help of the Bodhi tree's stump and the primordial God stone, he would be able to break through and pave his own path. Boom 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 boom. 5 consecutive explosions rang out as 5 attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. The layers of defense on Lu Ming's body continued to shatter. Yichu, Fengqing, and the others were originally peerless monstrous geniuses with strong battle prowess. Now that they had broken through to the God Emperor realm, their battle prowess had completely surpassed Lu Ming's. The layers of defense on Lu Ming's body were torn apart one after another. More than 200 layers of defense were torn apart by Yichu, Fengqing, and the others. The terrifying power bombarded Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was sent flying, sliding a few thousand miles away. There were a few big holes in his body. It was tattered, his bones and flesh were flying everywhere, and fresh blood was flowing. It was a horrible sight to behold. Obviously, this move had severely injured Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had a forbidden body. As long as all of his cells were not destroyed, he would be fine. However, Yichu, Fengqing, and the others were overjoyed. Mu Yun is severely injured. He's dead for sure. Yichu, Fengqing's eyes were bright and filled with joy. It was as if he could already see the day when he would be crowned as the son of heaven. Mu Yun, die! Yichu, Fengqing roared. He took a step forward and charged at Lu Ming alone. Lu Ming was already severely injured. Naturally, he had to do the last move himself. Only then would he be able to take all the credit. Soon, he approached Lu Ming again. However, at this moment, there was no panic in Lu Ming's eyes. There was only surprise. Yes, surprise. At the moment of life and death, he finally understood. He peeled away the fog and saw his path clearly. He had finally comprehended a secret technique that belonged to him. Breakthrough. Lu Ming growled. His body emitted a dazzling light as if he had turned into a spear. Since he started cultivating, most of the weapons he used were spears. Therefore, when he was comprehending his secret technique, he subconsciously used the spear as the foundation. The secret technique he comprehended was similar to spear techniques. Whoosh! An incomparably sharp spear light soared into the sky and pierced through the sky. It also pierced through Lu Ming's bottleneck. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. This aura was incomparably powerful. It was more than 10 times stronger than before. This was no longer the aura of a divine emperor. It belonged to a divine emperor. Breakthrough. Lu Ming finally broke through the bottleneck and broke through to the divine emperor realm after comprehending his own secret technique. Once he broke through to the divine emperor realm, power constantly emerged from the depths of Lu Ming's body. The injuries on Lu Ming's body healed at an astonishing speed. Boom! Lu Ming threw out a punch. A destructive force crushed out and collided with Yichu Fengqing's attack. Yichu Fengqing's attack instantly dissipated. Breakthrough? How is this possible? Yichu Fengqing roared. Lu Ming had clearly not broken through just now. Then, he was severely injured by them and looked like he was about to die. A person who was about to die had suddenly broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. Who would believe it? I let you guys go last time. Now that you're acting recklessly again, I'll get rid of you completely. Lu Ming said coldly. His body was filled with cold killing intent. He took a step forward and quickly closed in on Yi Chu Fengqing. Boom! Another punch was thrown out. Vast and boundless power crushed towards Yi Chu Fengqing. The terrifying power caused Yi Chu Fengqing's pupils to shrink rapidly. The power of this punch was not something he could withstand. Lu Ming had just broken through and his strength was already above him. Yi Chu Fengqing frantically retreated to the side of Yi Yu and the others. He roared, "Let's attack together. Heavenly punishment. Heavenly punishment." Yi Chu Fengqing, Yi Yu, and the others frantically attacked and collided with Lu Ming's fist force. However, the result was that they were pushed back and coughed up blood. I've just broken through and my strength has yet to reach the peak. What a pity. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He had just broken through and his cultivation was still rising. Hence, the move just now had only injured Yi Chu Fengqing and the others. It did not kill them. Retreat, retreat quickly. Set up a formation to kill this brat. He has just broken through and his cultivation is still unstable. Yi Chu Fengqing roared. He retreated with Yi Yu and the others to join the other divine emperors of the heavenly human tribe. During this period, they had gathered more heavenly human tribe experts. There were more than 60 people who had broken through to the divine emperor realm. Half of them were from the heavenly human tribe. There were a total of 32 people. This was more than the 29 people who had set up the formation to deal with Lu Ming previously. 32 people, all of whom had broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. After setting up the formation, its power was even more terrifying. Chapter 4289. After these few times, Yi Chu Fengqing was already afraid of Lu Ming. Therefore, when he realized that the situation was not right, he immediately formed a battle formation and wanted to use his strongest power to kill Lu Ming. The 32 heavenly human tribe cultivators of the first great supreme god layer intertwined with each other and condensed into a giant figure. That figure held a battle sword and charged towards Lu Ming. That sword contained 3 kinds of heavenly strength: heavenly punishment, and heavenly extermination. Come! Lu Ming stepped forward. His body was emitting a dazzling light like a burning flame. He punched out, and a huge fist energy containing destructive power blasted toward the huge figure formed by the heavenly human tribe's array formation. The fist energy collided with the battle sword. There was a loud explosion and the battle sword was blocked. Lu Ming's fist energy was dispersed and he was pushed back a few steps. Lu Ming was at a slight disadvantage in this move. After all, he had just broken through. Yi Chu Fengqing and the others were overjoyed when they saw that Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. That's right. This boy has just broken through and his fighting strength is not strong. Let's kill him in one go. Yi Chu Fengqing shouted. The 32 heavenly human tribe cultivators activated the formation and rushed towards Lu Ming. The giant figure waved its battle sword and slashed towards Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! They exchanged a few more blows and Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage. Yi Chu Fengqing and the others were even more confident. They attacked with all their strength and wanted to kill Lu Ming as soon as possible. Let's try the battle formula. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage but he was not worried at all. He still had trump cards that he had not used yet. For example, the battle formula. When he was at the Divine Emperor realm, he could only use his fighting strength that was 9 levels higher than him. Therefore, even if he used the battle formula, his fighting strength would not increase. However, it was different now. Now that he had broken through to the Divine Emperor realm, the Divine Emperor realm's restriction had disappeared. He should be able to use more strength. In an instant, the battle formula was activated. Boom! Lu Ming's body surged with an even stronger power. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming punched out continuously with both fists. Streams of fist energy shot out like meteors toward the heavenly human tribe's array formation. This time, the situation was completely different from before. The terrifying fist force smashed apart the sword radiance condensed from the celestial clan's formation, blasting the enormous figure until its body trembled and its radiance dimmed. As for Yichu, Fengcheng, and the others, their bodies shook violently as they retreated. They felt the blood in their bodies churning, and they almost vomited blood. Their eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? What's going on? How did his battle prowess suddenly soar? Yichu Fengcheng roared hysterically. He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out at all. It was the same for Yi Yu and the others. Lu Ming had clearly exerted all of his strength before, so why did his current strength soar again? You can't even understand such a simple logic. In the Divine Emperor realm, crossing 9 levels is the limit. I was limited. Now that I've broken through to the Divine Emperor realm, the limit has been lifted. Of course, I'm stronger. Do you understand? Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. The reason why he explained it was that he wanted to attack Yichu Fengcheng and the others, hoping that there would be a flaw in the array formation. As expected, when Yichu Fengcheng and the others heard Lu Ming's words, they were all shocked and incredulous. Impossible, this is impossible. Yichu Fengcheng seemed to have suffered a huge blow and yelled crazily. He found it hard to believe and accept. What did Lu Ming say? His battle prowess was limited when he was at the Divine Emperor realm? He had reached the point where he could fight across 9 levels and still be limited? 9 levels was already the limit. Who could reach that point? Yichu Fengcheng had reached the point where he could fight across 7 levels and was known as a peerless genius of the heavenly human tribe. There weren't many of them even in the entire heavenly human tribe. In the universe, those who had reached the point where they could fight across 4 levels were known as peerless geniuses and were candidates for the universe genius list. However, Lu Ming had reached the point where he could fight across 9 levels, but that wasn't the limit. Because he was limited, it was difficult for him to unleash his strongest battle prowess. It was infuriating to compare oneself to others. The blow they had received was too great. Under the shock of Yichu Fengcheng and the others, a flaw naturally appeared in the array formation. The enormous figure shuddered for a moment before its light dimmed. Although it was only for a short moment, it was enough for Lu Ming. The Heavenly Palace wants to bully me. Then I'll call this secret technique the sky-breaking technique. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. His body emitted a dazzling light and his entire body turned into a long spear. Whoosh! Lu Ming turned into a long spear and flew through the air, piercing toward Yichu Fengcheng and the others. This secret technique was created by Lu Ming himself. It was a unique secret technique created by himself on the basis of the tens of thousands of ordinary secret techniques and more than 1,800 ancient secret techniques that he had previously mastered. It integrated the essence of many secret techniques and was the most suitable secret technique for Lu Ming. Lu Ming called this secret technique the sky-breaking technique. This was the first secret technique he had created. There would be more in the future. A self-created secret skill was the most suitable for him to cast. It would also be more powerful. When cast, it would be more powerful than any of the secret skills that Lu Ming had mastered. After using this secret technique, Lu Ming's battle prowess reached its current peak. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the huge figure formed by the array formation. The long spear collided with the huge figure. With a boom, the figure formed by the array formation exploded. The long spear didn't stop and pierced the array formation set up by Yichu Fengcheng and the others. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Dazzling lights filled the air. The 32 strong cultivators of the heavenly human clan were violently shaken. 5 or 6 of them, who were the weakest, were shaken violently. Their bodies were pierced through and blood flowed out. Then, they fell to the ground and stopped breathing. These 5 to 6 experts with the first layer of the Emperor God realm had been killed by Lu Ming's attack. As for the others, they all retreated rapidly. The array formation was broken. Die, said Lu Ming coldly. He jumped into the air and moved like lightning towards the retreating cultivators of the heavenly human clan. Spear light flashed and a few more cultivators of the first great supreme god layer were pierced through their foreheads. They were killed in the air. Without the array, these people would not be able to withstand a single blow from Lu Mingming if they were of the same level. Lu Ming's body kept flickering. Every time he flickered, a few people were killed. Those were the strong cultivators of the heavenly human clan. They were usually high and mighty, looking down on everyone. But now, they were as weak as little chicks. They kept dying in Lu Ming's hands. No, don't kill me. I don't want to die. You can't kill me, I'm from the heavenly human clan, these heavenly humans kept yelling, trying to survive. However, Lu Ming flashed past them and their voices stopped abruptly. In the blink of an eye, 20 of the 32 great supreme god cultivators of the heavenly human clan had been killed by Lu Ming. Chapter 4290. The heavenly human tribe elites were no match for Lu Ming. 20 of them were killed in an instant. At this moment, the surrounding people of the other races were trembling all over. Their bodies were emitting cold air, and their eyes were filled with fear. Among them, there were over 30 emperor gods. Since the 32 heavenly human tribe elites were fighting Lu Ming, the other emperor gods could not intervene. They watched the battle from afar, ready to intervene if there were any unforeseen circumstances. But now, no one dared to intervene. Lu Ming's combat power was too terrifying. Those geniuses of the heavenly human clan were usually high and mighty in front of them. However, at this moment, they were as weak as chickens in front of Lu Ming. How would they dare to intervene? They would be courting death if they did. Not only did some of them not dare to intervene, but they even retreated. Damn it, how could this be? At that moment, Yichu Fengcheng, Yichu Yu, and the others were shivering in fear. They did not dare to confront Lu Ming head-on. Instead, they retreated frantically. The formation had been broken. They were no match for Lu Ming. Why are you running away? Didn't you want to kill me? I'm right here. Come and kill me. Lu Ming said coldly. At the same time, he used the Grand Aurora skill and turned into an aurora, rushing toward Yichu Fengcheng, Yichu Yu, and the others. Swoosh! It was too fast. In a flash, Lu Ming was right in front of Yichu Yu. Ah! Yichu Yu screamed in fear and retreated frantically like a frightened chicken. Yichu, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. A spear radiance shot out from his palm and pierced toward Yichu Yu. Because of the conflict in the great ancient world, Yichu Yu had been targeting him in the heavenly palace, always wanting to kill him. Lu Ming would remember this grudge. He had been looking for a chance to kill Yichu Yu. Now that he had the chance, how could Lu Ming miss it? Yi Yu screamed in horror and frantically retreated, trying to avoid Lu Ming's attack. However, his cultivation was at the same level as Lu Ming. How could he avoid Lu Ming's attack? Lu Ming's speed was even faster. As soon as he retreated, Lu Ming followed, and the distance between the two could not be widened. In the end, Yi Yu had no choice but to risk his life and circulate the power of heavenly punishment to the limit. However, in a battle of the same level, coupled with the fact that his heavenly punishment wasn't that strong, he couldn't block Lu Ming's attack at all. With a bang, Yi Yu's attack was pierced through by Lu Ming. His attack didn't stop there. It pierced through Yi Yu's forehead, and at the same time, his soul was annihilated by Lu Ming. Yi Yu, dead. Go, I can't not die, I definitely can't die, I will become the son of heaven. Taking advantage of the moment when Lu Ming killed Yi Yu, Yichu Fengcheng frantically retreated while screaming in his heart. He didn't want to die, he wanted to escape. He was destined to become a great figure in the heavenly palace. He pushed his speed to the limit, and in a few flashes, he was 10,000 miles away. Then, he circulated all his strength and turned his body into a sword. He unleashed his aura to the extreme, and his whole person was like a battle sword, rushing into the void. He wanted to break through the void and rush into the second-level world. In the first-level world, as long as one's cultivation reached the Divine Emperor realm and unleashed his aura, he would be able to break through the void and rush into the second-level world. Of course, this wasn't them using their real strength to break through the void. The space of the Taishang Immortal City was extremely stable. With their strength, they couldn't break through the void. It was just that when their cultivation reached the Divine Emperor realm, they would break the rules set by the Taishang Immortal City and send them into the second-level world. Yi Chu Fengqing knew that with his speed, he wouldn't be able to escape from Lu Ming. Now, there was only one way in front of him, and that was to rush into the second-level world to escape from Lu Ming's pursuit. You want to rush into the second-level world? You can't do it in front of me. How could Lu Ming not know what Yi Chu Fengqing was thinking? Immediately, Lu Ming used the greater teleportation technique. In a flash, he appeared above Yi Chu Fengqing's head. Ah! Yi Chu Fengqing screamed in fright and tried to stop himself. However, he had rushed too fiercely just now, and it was difficult for him to stop now. Although he tried his best, he could only slow down for a short period of time. His body was still rushing toward Lu Ming. No, no. Yi Chu Fengqing screamed crazily, his face twisted with fear. Anxious, he was going crazy. No. I want it. Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked down at Yi Chu Fengqing from above. Then, his body fell like a meteorite, and his foot smashed toward Yi Chu Fengqing's face. Every part of Lu Ming's body was a weapon, and the power of his foot was no weaker than that of his hand. I'll fight it out with you. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Yi Chu roared crazily and used all his strength to fight Lu Ming. The two figures met in the air like two shooting stars. Boom! With a loud boom, rings of energy spread out in all directions. Yi Chu Fengqing's combat sword, which was condensed from the power of heavenly punishment, exploded with a bang. Lu Ming's figure did not stop. He continued to bombard Yi Chu Fengqing, and the sole of his foot accurately stepped on his face. In an instant, Yi Chu Fengqing's handsome face was completely distorted and caved in. Crackling sounds could be heard from his entire body. That was because Lu Ming was too powerful. The power surged from his face to his entire body. Under such terrifying power, all the bones in his body turned into fine powder in an instant. Yi Fengqing's body plummeted down at an even faster speed than before. Boom! Yi Chu Fengqing's body smashed into the Bodhi tree stump, and he was smashed into meat paste. The Bodhi tree stump was completely unscathed. It was too hard. Yi Chu Fengqing's body was destroyed, but his soul wasn't. He flew out in a panic, trying to escape. Mu Yun, don't kill me. As long as you let me go, I'll definitely plead with the Lord Heaven and even the Lord Celestial Venerables when I return. I'll beg them to let you go, Yi Chu Fengqing's soul screamed as he fled. What a joke! Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. His body turned into an aurora and rushed toward Yi Chu Fengqing's soul. With a puff, Yi Chu Fengqing's soul turned into green smoke and dissipated. Yi Chu Fengqing, a peerless genius who could fight across 7 levels in the Divine Emperor realm, had fallen. At this time, there were still 10 Divine Emperors of the Heavenly Human tribe who were still alive, and they were frantically fleeing. Some of them fled into the distance, while others imitated Yi Chu Fengqing. They unleashed all their auras and soared into the sky, wanting to rush into the second level. Don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming shouted. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He was in a killing frenzy. These days, the Heavenly Human tribe had repeatedly tried to kill him. Whether it was the Lord Celestial Venerables, the Lord Heaven, or the younger generation, they all wanted to deal with him. He was already filled with murderous intent toward the Heavenly Human tribe. Chapter 4291. He wouldn't let any of the Heavenly Humans off. After Lu Ming killed Yi Chu Fengqing, he did not stop moving. He cast the transference skill and appeared in front of a Heavenly Human clan prodigy who wanted to rush to the second level. His palm was like a knife. With one slash, he killed that person. Then, he charged toward another one. These Heavenly Human prodigies were as weak as chickens in front of Lu Ming. None of them could withstand Lu Ming's moves. Let's go, let's go. Mu Yun is too crazy. He's a demon. After killing the heavenly human prodigies, he'll definitely come for us. We have to leave. The prodigies of the other races felt chills down their spines. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They flew in all directions and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After flying far away, those who had broken through to the God the Arch realm still felt uneasy. Many of them started to release their auras and rushed to the second level. Mu Yun's battle prowess is too terrifying. He's already so powerful after just breaking through to the God the Arch realm. If he continues to break through, even young Master Gabbert won't be his match. I have to inform young Master Gabbert as soon as possible and ambush him around the void-shattering platform. We have to kill him before his cultivation becomes too strong. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire, a burly angel muttered, his eyes filled with fear. When he thought of Lu Ming killing the heavenly human prodigies as if they were chickens, he couldn't help but shiver. He had to inform Gabbert about this. Immediately, he released his aura to the maximum. 8 angelic wings extended from his back. His body was shrouded in pure divine power as he soared into the sky. He kept rushing upwards, and when he reached a certain height, the void automatically split open. He rushed into the split space and disappeared. He broke through the void and rushed to the second level. As long as one reached the God the Arch realm, regardless of their battle prowess, they could rush to the second level. At the Bodhi tree stump, Lu Ming continued to kill. None of the remaining 10 god thearchs of the heavenly human tribe managed to escape. They all died at the hands of Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's aura didn't weaken. Instead, it became even more berserk. I need to find a place to stabilize my cultivation. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then randomly chose a direction and flew in that direction. After flying for some distance, Lu Ming found a secluded place, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, Lu Ming's cultivation had completely stabilized at the God Emperor realm. His foundation was stable and there were no problems. Just as Lu Ming stabilized his realm, some of the cells in his body suddenly rushed out a vast and majestic energy. This energy was extremely pure and could quickly turn into taboo energy. This is the energy contained in the secret technique runes finally going to erupt? Lu Ming whispered, a look of joy appearing on his face. Back in the Archean world, Lu Ming had killed a large number of Archean secret skills and absorbed a large number of secret skill runes. Among those secret skills, the weakest one had the strength of the first great supreme god layer. The strongest one had the strength of the 5th great supreme god layer. In total, there were more than 800 secret skill runes. Back in the Archean world, Lu Ming had absorbed more than 100 of them. Even though the others had fused with his cells, because Lu Ming had encountered a bottleneck, they hadn't been able to release their energy. Now, Lu Ming had finally broken through the bottleneck and broken through to the great supreme god layer. The energy of the secret skill runes had finally surged out. Lu Ming didn't dare be negligent. He absorbed the energy of the secret skill runes and started to cultivate. After absorbing the energy of the secret skill runes, his cultivation level rose rapidly. Lu Ming's cultivation level rose at an astonishing speed. In just a few hours, Lu Ming's cultivation level had reached the peak of the 1st great supreme god layer. He was about to break through to the 2nd great supreme god layer. After a few hours, with an explosion, Lu Ming's chi exploded. He had successfully broken through to the 2nd great supreme god layer. However, after breaking through to the 2nd great supreme god layer, the energy of the secret skill runes had been used up. Even though there were hundreds of secret skill runes, each one only contained a thread of energy. Besides, the cultivation level of those secret skills wasn't high. Breaking through to the 1st or 2nd great supreme god layer wasn't enough for Lu Ming. Therefore, even though there were many of them, they had only helped Lu Ming break through to the 1st great supreme god layer. After all, he was a great supreme god and had a forbidden body. Breaking through to the next great supreme god layer required a lot of energy. Each time he broke through to the next great supreme god layer, he needed 100 times more energy than ordinary people, otherwise, the forbidden strength wouldn't be so powerful. Every strand of taboo power required more energy to condense. Lu Ming was already very satisfied that he could break through to the next great supreme god layer. I wonder how strong I am now, thought Lin Yun. Lu Ming could feel the vast and surging power in his body. He was somewhat agitated. The strength of the second great supreme god layer was much stronger than the strength of the ninth godly emperor layer. Lu Ming felt that if he were in the primitive universe, he could destroy the heavens and the earth. He could destroy a star with a single punch. In the primitive universe, great supreme gods were considered strong cultivators. In the primitive universe, great supreme gods were considered strong cultivators. Godlords could be regarded as peak experts, while reciprocity was an existence that could suppress the fortune of a great organization. They were the overlords of the universe, truly supreme existences. Lu Ming was now one of the strongest cultivators in the primitive universe. He was the strongest cultivator of the younger generation in the primitive universe. According to Lu Ming's knowledge, in the primitive universe, including the heavenly palace, no one had reached the great supreme god layer. The strongest cultivator had reached the great supreme god layer. As for the strongest cultivators of the younger generation, Lin Yun didn't know how many layers of the great supreme god layer they had reached. After all, breaking through to the great supreme god layer was extremely difficult. Now, let's go to the second layer. That's the layer that will help me the most. Lu Ming left his seclusion and looked up at the sky. The first layer was just a transition for Lu Ming. The most useful thing for him was the Bodhi tree stump. The cultivation environment of the second layer was most suitable for the great supreme god layer. Only there could he advance by leaps and bounds. This time, Lu Ming had to seize the opportunity to improve himself as much as possible. He had to cross the threshold of the great supreme god layer and reach the great supreme god layer as soon as possible. Only in the great supreme god layer could he learn about some of the secrets of the universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified. Whoosh! Lu Ming soared into the sky and released his aura. He was like a stream of light, rushing into the depths of the sky. When Lu Ming reached a certain height,